The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Black, will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, you are our hope for the years to come. Today, bless our senators. Give them wisdom and grace in the exercise of their duties. Help them to possess the faith and courage to seek your plans. Use them to bring peace where discord reigns and to inspire the nations of the world. Lord, lead them through the obstacles they will face to the fulfillment of your loving providence. Infuse them with reverential awe for you. Make and keep their inner lives pure and kind and just. May their highest motive be not to win over one another, but to win with one another. We pray in your strong name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of S-Con Res 7, which the clerk will report.
Counter number 13, S-Con Res 7, setting forth the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2025 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2026 through 2034.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Iowa.
I take Congress's constitutional oversight mandate very seriously. What you learn in 8th grade civics, oversight responsibility is checks and balances of government. In the 118th Congress, as ranking member of the Senate Budget Committee, I established the committee's very first oversight and investigative unit. Its oversight touched on 97% of government taxpayer-funded agencies, sending over 600 oversight letters to federal, state, and private sector entities. Last year, my team sent over 91, and obtained records uncovering brand new information about accounts, and I thank then Chairman Whitehouse for issuing that subpoena. I hosted also oversight roundtables where whistleblowers exposed the Biden administration's failure at the southern border to collect DNA and protect unaccompanied children. My investigation resulted in a referral to law enforcement to find and protect unaccompanied children who were brought here in violation of our laws. but the federal government had a responsibility to make sure that they were protected. My oversight team made record public and performed assassination attempt of President Trump. EPA grant program showing most taxpayers' money wasn't spent like the law required. My oversight also uncovered abuses by the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force, FBI political bias in the Hunter Biden investigation and prosecution, the Obama-Biden State Department, obstruction of law enforcement efforts against Iran, wasted money on misclassified AT, and damaging hospital, changing the Crime Victims Fund so those victims didn't get the money that they were entitled to, excessive DOD spending on spare parts and price gouging. In response to that, I got legislation passed to fix that problem. My oversight team also worked to protect whistleblowers and force government agencies to amend their policies to comply with federal whistleblower laws. As this Congress gets underway, I have become chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. My oversight to what the next couple of years produce, because we're to expose waste, fraud, and abuse in the wasting of taxpayers' money. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
President,
The Democrat leader,
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
without objection.
Well, Mr. President, the Senate is in for a very long day and a very long night. Over the next day or so, Senate Republicans will try to advance a budget resolution that clears the way to cut taxes for Donald Trump's billionaire friends. Democrats are going to hold the floor all day long and all night long to expose how Republicans want to cut taxes for billionaires while gutting things Americans care about most: health care, jobs, public safety, national security, housing, education. This is going to be a long, drawn-out fight. This reconciliation budget bill is only the first step, albeit an important one. Days like today, where we vote on amendments late into the night, go a long way in revealing where each party stands and who each party is fighting for. Democrats are glad to have this debate. We're happy to have it a few more times if the Republican leader so wants. Democrats will show in each of these debates where Republicans truly stand deep down, not with working people, but on the side of billionaires like Elon Musk. If you become wealthy fairly and squarely, we don't begrudge you. But you're doing fine, and you certainly don't need a massive tax break. And yet that is precisely what Republicans are getting ready to do: give billionaires another tax break and make the American people pay the cost. If Senate Republicans really think the best solution for inflation is to put more money into the pockets of the billionaire class, Democrats will make sure the American people know it. We will expose Republicans' plan to cut health care so that billionaires can have another tax break. We'll expose Republican plans to gut housing, to defund NIH, stop cancer research, stop research into diseases that are hurting, harming, and even killing our loved ones. To cut nutrition, to make housing costs go up, to hurt food inspection, to stop the fight against bird flu here or Ebola overseas so that they don't harm us, doing all those things that make no sense so they can cut taxes for billionaires? No way, we say. That's the wrong for the American people. And the more they learn about it, the less they're going to like the Trump agenda that Republicans in the Senate are following. Republicans can spin their agenda however they want. They can try to pass 1 bill, 2 bills, 50 bills. It doesn't matter. They can slice and dice their policies in whatever order they wish. It doesn't matter in the end. The end game is the same for Donald Trump and the Republican majority: tax cuts for billionaires paid on the backs of working and middle-class Americans. That is not, absolutely not, what the American people signed up for. The American people want to see inflation go down. It's gone up in the last month, even though Donald Trump said it'll go down starting on day one. They want to see their paychecks go up. They want to see more jobs. They want to see better jobs. They want to see more ladders to the middle class. And they want to find ways to stay in the middle class once they get there. Republicans, meanwhile, have abandoned the working and middle class. In just 1 month, Donald Trump and Republicans have eviscerated so many of our institutions in order to cater to the whims of billionaires. Donald Trump has defied the rule of law. He's ignored court orders. He's even fancied himself a king, while all his billionaire friends spread through the government like locusts and put public services that serve tens of millions of people at risk. When Elon Musk holds court in the Oval Office and meets heads of state, Head Start programs and community health centers have seen their funding shut off. Donald Trump preaches about corruption and fraud, all the while ridding the government of its independent watchdogs, and letting DOJ go through people's Social Security numbers and even their private tax and health data with virtually no guardrails, no check. All this chaos is by design. All this lawlessness has a goal. Everything we have seen over the last month from Donald Trump and Republicans has one end game in mind: undermine the rule of law in order to put more money in the pockets of billionaires like Elon Musk. Nothing criticizes the broken core of Republicans' agenda better than their tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
President.
I recognize the senator from Wyoming.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be initiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor today, having just seen the Democrat leader come to the floor to talk about the Senate budget resolution. And what I heard the minority leader say was none of it's accurate. Let me tell you, I have the budget resolution with me, the key portions, 5 pages long. That's it, 5 pages long. Every American can read it. They can read it for themselves. The resolution focuses on 3 things and 3 things only. Number 1, securing the border. Number 2, restoring peace through strength. Number 3, unleashing American energy. Not complicated, it's common sense. Americans overwhelmingly support these goals. That's why Republicans in the Senate are moving forward. So let's talk about border security. This budget allocates $175 billion to secure our border. Now, that includes funding for President Trump's successful executive orders to deport criminal illegal immigrants. Border Patrol agents and ICE agents need the resources to do it. There are currently more than 600,000 illegal immigrants with criminal records in the country today. President Trump and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem are moving at lightning speed. They're moving to deport them. They're moving to make our communities safer. Their strong actions have led to double the number of arrests of illegal immigrant criminals compared to the arrests under President Biden. These arrests are making our communities safer, and they're sending a message to would-be illegal immigrants all around the world to don't come here. And actually, these people are turning around and going back to their own homes. Illegal border crossings between the United States and Mexico are at their lowest rates in the last 5 years. The actions of President Trump are working. They're working so well that the Trump administration says it's running out of money for deportations. Border Czar Tom Homan told us just that. Secretary Noem told us that as well. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth told us that. Attorney General Pam Bondi has told us that. Senate Republicans are acting quickly to get the administration the resources that they have requested and that they need. The budget will allow us to finish the wall. It also takes the steps we need toward more border agents. It means more detention beds. That alone will keep dangerous criminals off the streets. It means more deportation flights. That way we can get dangerous criminals out of our country. Now let's talk about national security, because the reconciliation bill that we're talking about allocates $150 billion to restore American peace through strength. We live in a dangerous world. The threats against the United States are higher than we have seen in decades. There is a threat of terrorism. You saw the danger of terrorism in New Orleans earlier this year. There is the threat from the Chinese Communist Party. They are rapidly building up their military. Meanwhile, over the past 4 years, weak leadership from the previous administration undermined our military and our military strength. There is a real threat today from Iran. They're the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and they are also racing toward a nuclear bomb. Weakness invites conflict. Strength deters war. This budget is a big step towards rebuilding our military, to protecting our nation, and we need to do that after 4 years of weakness. We're already seeing a surge of young people who want to join the military. Recruitment are up. Under President Trump and Secretary Hegseth, recruitment is at its highest in 15 years. With this budget, America will be stronger. Our military will be more lethal and more intimidating. Now let's talk about energy and American energy dominance. This bill will take the handcuffs off of American energy producers. The previous administration caused painfully high prices. With its energy mistakes, it's blundered, it locked up affordable, reliable, American-made energy. You can never forget Joe Biden saying he wanted the EPA to prioritize climate over American energy, energy that was affordable, available, and reliable. Terrible mistake. Wrong for the nation. We're here to correct that. Families suffered from soaring prices. The economy struggled under those regulations of the previous administration. Passing this budget allows us to reject the energy failures of the last 4 years. It puts a premium on energy that is affordable, reliable, and American. The federal government will also see its revenues increase as we produce more American energy. And you know, Mr. President, that Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket. America is a superpower of energy, and we need to act like it. If you listen to the Senate Democrats, it's abundantly clear that they don't support these goals of American energy dominance. They don't. They haven't. They still don't. Democrats also are opposed to securing our border. They're opposed to rebuilding our military. They're opposed to unleashing American energy. They're standing in the way of common sense priorities that Americans overwhelmingly support. They are a party in a panic mode. Their high prices and their open border agenda completely out of touch with the American people. Now, Democrats used this very process, reconciliation, a few years ago, and what was their purpose? They wanted to raise taxes and pass trillions of dollars in wasteful Washington spending. They wasted taxpayer money. They subsidized electric vehicles for the rich. They sent stimulus checks to criminals like the Boston Marathon bomber. It's almost unbelievable. The federal government is too big. It spends too much. Republicans will end this wasteful Washington spending. We will get America back on track. After 4 years of high prices and open borders, our nation and Americans deserve a path to safety and prosperity. Starting with this Republican budget, that's what the American people will finally get. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Majority Leader,
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
without objection.
Mr. President, it's been 1 month since President Trump took the oath of office. Since January 20th, the Senate has been hard at work confirming the President's cabinet nominees, 18 confirmed so far. President Trump has more of his team in place today than any president has had at this point since 2001. And we've done this despite obstruction by Democrats. Every nominee has received a fair process, as promised, and the Senate will continue to keep its foot on the gas until President Trump's cabinet table is full. Mr. President, later today, the Senate will vote to confirm Kash Patel to be director of the FBI. Mr. Patel will lead the nation's primary federal law enforcement agency at a critical time. We've seen a heightened threat of terrorism in the homeland. Illegal drugs continue to come across the southern border and take the lives of too many Americans. Violent crime spiked in recent years and is still a problem in many parts of the country. And at the same time, the FBI has lost the trust of many Americans who fear the agency has become politicized. Mr. President, Kash Patel has spent his career working in criminal law and national security. He spent his first 8 years after law school as a public defender in state and federal courts in Florida. In 2014, he was brought on as a terrorism prosecutor at the U.S. Department of Justice, prosecuting terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda and Al-Shabaab. From there, he went to work in national security for the House Intelligence Committee and then in the first Trump administration. He worked on the National Security Council, where he handled hostage rescues, among other sensitive missions. He also served as principal deputy for the acting director of national intelligence and later as chief of staff for the acting Secretary of Defense. Mr. President, as I said, the FBI has lost trust among the American people in recent years. Much of that much of that stems from a perception that politics has infected the FBI's important work. And it's not hard to see why. In just the last few years, the FBI field office in Richmond, Virginia, circulated a memo suggesting that traditional Catholics could be violent extremists. In 2021, the Attorney General infamously instructed the FBI to work with local law enforcement to target parents who attended school board meetings. And of course, there is the FBI's apparent double standard when it comes to investigating President Trump and its repeated failures to cooperate with congressional Republicans. Mr. President, the next director of the FBI needs to focus on rooting out politics so the FBI can enforce the law, uphold the Constitution, and keep Americans safe. The Bureau also needs a renewed focus on empowering the FBI's field office to be good partners to local law enforcement. I'm encouraged that Mr. Patel has the support of the National Police Association, the National Sheriff's Association, and multiple state attorneys general, all of whom will be his partners in law enforcement should Mr. Patel be confirmed. We've unfortunately seen that no community is immune from crime, terrorism, or illegal drugs. And we need all law enforcement working together and focused on the real threats facing our country. I look forward to working with Mr. Patel to restore the integrity of the FBI and get it focused on its critical mission. Mr. President, one of the most significant accomplishments of the first Trump administration was the passage of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. This comprehensive bill reduced tax rates for every income bracket, doubled the child tax credit, nearly doubled the standard exemption, or I should say the standard deduction, and enacted pro-growth policies for American businesses of all sizes. And what were the results? A growing economy, higher paychecks for hardworking families, millions of new jobs, small business growth, higher than expected federal revenues. That's right, higher than expected. Government revenues since the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act have exceeded projections by roughly $500 billion. An end to corporate inversions, which is the practice of moving U.S. company operations overseas for tax purposes. Practically every aspect of the U.S. economy was strengthened by this pro-growth legislation. And contrary to what my friends across the aisle like to claim, it was middle-class families, not wealthy Americans, who received the largest proportional benefit of the tax cuts. Now, let me just repeat that, Mr. President. It was middle-class families, not wealthy Americans, who receive the largest proportional benefit of the tax cuts. Working families benefited from this legislation. Working families ended up with more money in their pockets. Working families had more breathing room because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Anyone who pretends that this wasn't the case is either ignorant of the law or being deliberately deceptive. Mr. President, the income tax cuts for individuals are expiring at the end of this year, along with a key small business tax cut called the Section 199A pass-through deduction. And none of our top priorities for this year, or I should say one of our top priorities for this year, is extending this tax relief. But not just extending it, Mr. President, making it permanent. As I and several other Finance Committee Republicans noted last week in a letter on this subject, and I quote, "A temporary extension of these pro-growth and pro-family policies is a missed opportunity. Businesses need certainty while investing in their companies, and taxpayers should not fear tax hikes due to congressional inaction," end quote. That's it in a nutshell, Mr. President. Hardworking Americans shouldn't have to live in fear of a tax hike every few years. And businesses need a clear picture of the tax outlook so that they can plan for the long term. Mr. President, making the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent would protect hardworking families from uncertainty and ensure that they can keep more money in their pockets. And it would have significant long-term economic benefits. The National Federation of Independent Business reports that making the small business Section 199A deduction permanent would result in the creation of an additional 1.2 million jobs annually, with that number climbing as the law goes on. And the Tax Foundation reports that long-run gross domestic product would increase by a substantial 1.1%. The President has called for making the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent, and I'm committed to ensuring that any tax bill we consider does exactly that. We have a real opportunity to improve the lives of Americans both here and now and for the long term, and we can't waste it. Mr. President, needless to say, drafting major tax legislation takes time. And Senator Crapo, the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, has been doing an incredible job laying the groundwork for a permanent Tax Cuts and Jobs Act extension. But there's still substantial work left to do to arrive at a bicameral agreement. And we have to take the time to get it and do it right. As we continue to move full steam ahead on this key part of the President's agenda, however, there are other pressing priorities that need to be addressed immediately. When the President's border czar was here last week, he emphasized that the administration cannot sustain its effort to deport criminals here illegally without additional funding. And the last thing we want is to delay other parts of the President's agenda, like border security, while we do the work needed to arrive at a tax agreement that can pass both houses of Congress. That's why the Senate is moving forward on a two-part legislative plan to accomplish our and the President's top priorities. The first bill we consider will address immediate needs like securing the border and other key national security priorities. The second will focus on making tax relief permanent. The budget resolution we are taking up this week will address the border security part of the equation. And then we will take up a second budget resolution for the tax portion. I want to thank Chairman Graham for doing the work to get today's resolution to the floor, and I look forward to passing it later this week. Mr. President, I look forward to taking up that second budget resolution as well in the not-too-distant future to prevent a $4 trillion tax hike on hardworking Americans and making the individual and small business tax relief from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Patel nomination be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kash Patel of Nevada to be Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Kash Patel of Nevada to be Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Fisher, Justice, Marshall, Moran, Mullen, Rounds, Sheehy, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt, Rochester, Cantwell, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Murray, and Warnock. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks. No. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick. Aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz. No. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines. Aye.
Haven't heard that.
Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. No. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan. No. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan. No. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. No. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego. No. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden. No. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders. No. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis. Aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida. Aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks. Aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren. No. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley. No. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen. No. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. No. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters. No. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis. Aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd. Aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. Aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer. No. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin. No. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth. No. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. Aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins. No. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch. Aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner. No. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey. No. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse. No. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody. Aye. Mr. King. Mr. King. No. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lankford. Aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich. No. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn. Aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt. Aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno. Aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst. Aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith. No. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto. No. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley. Aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt. Aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted. Aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff. No. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla. No. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff. No. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts. Aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. Shaheen. Mr. Shaheen. No. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons. No. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy. No. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin. No. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan. Aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski. Aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch. No. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis. Aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy. Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper. No. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye.
We have 51 yeas, 47 nays. The motion is agreed to. Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Kash Patel of Nevada to be Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
I've never liked calling too much attention to today's date, February 20th. But I figured my birthday would be as good a day as any to share with our colleagues a decision I made last year. During my time in the Senate, I've only really answered to two constituencies: the Republican Conference and the people of Kentucky. Over the years, the first group trusted me to coordinate campaigns, to count votes, to steer committees, to take the majority, and on 9 occasions to lead our conference. Serving as a Republican leader was a rare and, yes, rather specific childhood dream. And just about a year ago, I thanked my colleagues for their confidence, which allowed me to fulfill it. To the distinguished members of this body, I've had the privilege to lead, and I remain deeply, deeply grateful. Today, however, it's appropriate for me to speak about an even deeper allegiance and even longer-standing gratitude. 7 times, my fellow Kentuckians have sent me to the Senate. Every day in between, I've been humbled by the trust they placed in me to do their business right here. Representing our Commonwealth has been the honor of a lifetime. I will not seek this honor an 8th time. My current term in the Senate will be my last. I've been a student of history my entire life. I can't remember the last time I didn't have a stack of biographies or political memoirs on my nightstand. And I know well how tempting it can be to read history with a sense of determinism. Assuming that somehow notorious failures were inevitable, that crowning triumphs were predestined, and in either case, that lives and careers followed orderly paths. This, of course, isn't how things work. And I've never had to look further than my own life to recognize it. I've never lost sight of the fact that without my mother's devoted care, a childhood encounter with polio could have turned out a lot worse. That unless my father had taken a job in the bluegrass state, my interest in politics might have run a course somewhere else. But if it weren't for an 11th hour outside-the-box idea on the campaign trail, my Senate career would have been over before it began. Or that, if not for the people of Kentucky, time and again, agreeing that leadership delivers and electing me to send back here, it would have been someone else from somewhere else taking that seat at the table where I've had a chance to work, strategize, fight, and win. I grew up reading about the greatness of Henry Clay, but there were times when the prospect of etching my name into his desk in this chamber felt like more of a long shot than making it to the major leagues. I got a front row seat to the greatness of Senator John Sherman Cooper of Kentucky as a summer intern in his office. But at so many moments in my early career, the idea of following in his footsteps felt more distant than the moon. So the only appropriate thing to take away today, apart from a healthy dose of pride, is my immense gratitude for the opportunity to take part in the consequential business of the Senate and the nation. Gratitude to the people I represent, Kentucky's families and farmers and miners and service members and small business owners. Gratitude to loyal friends, dedicated volunteers, and talented staff who've helped me serve much better. Gratitude to this institution that has repaid my devotion so generously over the years, and to so many colleagues who've become great friends. Gratitude for my family's support. And in particular, my ultimate teammate and confidant of the last 32 years. Elaine's leadership and wise counsel in their own right have made her the most seasoned cabinet official in modern history. On top of all that, her devotion to me and to Kentucky is a lot more than I deserve. When I arrived at this chamber, I wasn't coming with a governor's statewide executive experience or a House member's appreciation for Washington dynamics. I knew my hometown of Louisville, and I'd spent the previous few years working hard to learn what mattered to folks all across the rest of the Commonwealth. And yet, within weeks of swearing the oath, sure enough, I was here on the floor talking with colleagues from other far-flung corners of the country, discussing solutions to a farm income crisis and infrastructure challenge that affected different states in the same way. I learned quickly that delivering for Kentucky meant finding the ways the Commonwealth's challenges were actually tied to national debates. Seeing to it that major agriculture legislation remembered Kentucky farmers and particularly included when they needed extraordinary assistance, like the tobacco buyout. Making sure that nationwide steps on transportation infrastructure included resources for modernizing the Brent Spence Bridge, which supports billions of dollars in economic activity in Kentucky and the surrounding region. And with the trust of a local community, finishing the task first assigned by President Reagan, the safe destruction of America's legacy chemical weapons at the Bluegrass Army Depot. So efforts like these have spanned the length of my Senate career. And I've been humbled each and every opportunity to help Kentucky punch above its weight. Of course, the Senate has to grapple with foundational questions that reach even more broadly across American life and either further into posterity. We're trusted on behalf of the American people to participate in the appointment of the federal judiciary, to be the final check on the assembly of power in the courts beyond the reach of representative politics, and to ensure that the men and women who preside over them profess authentic devotion to the rule of law above all else. When members of this body ignore, discount, or pervert this fundamental duty, they do so not just at the peril of the Senate, but of the whole nation. The weight of our power to advise and consent has never been lost on me, and I've been honored to perform my role in confirming judges who understand their role. On this floor, there is no place to hide from the obligations of Article 1. Senate's unique relationship with Article 3, or our role in equipping the powers of Article 2. Here, every debate over agriculture or infrastructure or education or taxes is downstream of the obligations of national security. Every question of policy here at home is contingent on our duty to provide for the common defense. One of the first times I spoke at length on this floor as a freshman, I was compelled to join the debate over strengthening the deterrence of America's nuclear triad. Whether to expand the U.S. military's hard target nuclear capability was an interesting question to pose to someone whose most recent job had been running a county government. But there, of course, was the founder's brilliance at work. The hopes and dreams of every American are tied up in our ability to protect and defend the nation and its interests. Every family traveling abroad and every worker and small business owner whose livelihood depends on foreign trade, they depend in turn on the credibility of America's commitments to friends and the strength of her threats to enemies. In turn, the safety and success of the men and women who volunteer to serve this great nation in uniform depend on the work we do here to ensure that enemies think twice before challenging them, and those enemies never face a fair fight. Thanks to Ronald Reagan's determination, the work of strengthening America's hard power was well underway when I arrived in the Senate. But since then, we've allowed that power to atrophy. And today, a dangerous world threatens to outpace the work of rebuilding it. So lest any of our colleagues still doubt my intentions for the remainder of my term, I have some unfinished business to attend to. In our work, most of us in this body develop an appreciation for the Senate itself, its written rules, its collegial norms, its pace of play. And yet so often I've watched colleagues depart, venting their frustration at the confines of the institution or mourning what they perceive to be decline of its norms. Regardless of the political storms that may wash over this chamber during the time I have remaining, I assure our colleagues that I will depart with great hope for the endurance of the Senate as an institution. There are any number of reasons for pessimism, but the strength of the Senate is not one of them. This chamber is still the haven where the political minority can require debate. It's still the crucible in which jurists are tested for their fidelity to upholding the Constitution and law. And to the disappointment of my critics, I'm still here on the job. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator North Carolina.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the members and staff and spectators in the gallery be allowed to applaud for a period not to exceed 30 seconds.
Is there objection?
President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, in about 2 hours, the Senate will vote on whether to confirm Kash Patel to serve as Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigations for the next...
Order.
To serve as Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigations for the next 10 years. 10 years, Mr. President. If Senate Republicans confirm Mr. Patel, I believe they will come to regret this vote, probably sooner rather than later. I, for one, am convinced that Mr. Patel has neither the experience, the judgment, nor the temperament to lead this amazing criminal investigative agency. It appears my Senate Republican colleagues are ignoring the many red flags in Mr. Patel's record, probably because they fear retribution from the President and Mr. Musk. Let me be clear. This is not a partisan issue. During my time in the Senate, I have voted for 4 FBI director nominations before this one. Each one was clearly a Republican, and I voted for them nevertheless. Historically, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has been apolitical. I oppose Mr. Patel because he is dangerously politically extreme. He has repeatedly expressed his intention to use our nation's most important law enforcement agency to retaliate against his political enemies. Even before President Trump took office, Mr. Patel announced that he would force out FBI Director Chris Wray, who he nominated in his first term before firing the former FBI Director Jim Comey. The director is the only political appointment at the FBI. Congress took steps to ensure that this agency remains as apolitical as possible by providing for a single term of 10 years for a director and subjecting the appointment to the advice and consent of the Senate. 50 years ago, we made this reform. We may see it all fall to ashes today. But as we have seen for weeks now, the Trump administration purge of the FBI is a political exercise that has spread to service career officials. There's an association of FBI agents, and the 2 leaders of that association came to see me recently in my office to talk about this situation. Both of them are women. One is serving 17 years in the career job at the FBI, and the other 22. They were quick to add that their fathers had been FBI agents before them. It was clearly in their blood. They came to tell me about the situation at the FBI today because of this transition and because of the prospect of Kash Patel heading their agency. They said morale has never been lower. They've gone through, many of them, gone through many presidential transitions and have never seen anything like this. The declaration that is required now of FBI agents as to whether they were participating in the investigation of the January 6 rioters who assaulted this United States Capitol building. Let's be honest about what's going on here. There's an effort to have Soviet-style historical revision. The Trump administration and the people that they're pushing into leadership have to basically pass a loyalty oath in terms of the outcome of the previous presidential election and what happened on January 6th. They're somehow asked to ignore the obvious that we see on videotape over and over again. The rioters assaulted this Capitol. It was so dangerous that the Vice President of the United States, sitting in your chair, was physically removed by the Secret Service for fear that he was going to be hurt if he stayed in that position. Those of us who are on the floor of the Senate on January 6th were asked to evacuate this chamber as quickly as possible. This was not simply a question of tourists getting out of line. These people who assaulted this U.S. Capitol building were hell-bent on stopping the constitutional process of counting the electoral votes in the chapter in the history of this country, and that there was danger afoot. Because the president has given a sweeping pardon to the 1,600 who were prosecuted for trespass, seditious conspiracy, the use of firearms in the Capitol and the like, we are supposed to somehow discount this as a significant moment in American history. It was. And for the FBI agents who participated in the investigation of that day, I say they were doing their job, and they did it well. And now to remove them from the FBI because of that has obviously hurt the morale of the FBI agency and made them stop and wonder what the future holds for them if another president comes in with another political agenda. Will they be the victims again? As we've seen for weeks now, the Trump administration's purge of the FBI is a political exercise that has spread to senior career officials. In the FBI long history, this has never happened before. This purge has dramatically weakened the FBI's ability to combat national security threats and has made America less safe. Senior leaders with collectively hundreds of years of experience have been forced out, creating a leadership vacuum. Thousands of line agents fear losing their jobs simply because they were assigned to work on cases involving the January 6th attack or President Trump. I have heard directly from FBI agents who now fear for their safety and the safety of their families. To understand why, let me tell you about a January 6th rioter named Edward Kelly. Mr. Kelly was convicted of assaulting law enforcement during the attack on the U.S. Capitol. We saw it, didn't we? In terms of videotapes that show our law enforcement agents trying to stand their ground in this Capitol building, being beaten back and assaulted by these mobs. Mr. Kelly was convicted of assaulting law enforcement, and he was given a full and unconditional pardon by Donald Trump. But Mr. Kelly has also been convicted in his home state of Tennessee of conspiracy to murder the FBI agents who investigated his role in the January 6th attack. Understand this. Now he is arguing that President Trump's blanket pardon of Mr. Kelly should cover his attempt to kill FBI agents. When asked about the possible firings of career FBI officials at his confirmation hearing, Mr. Patel, under oath, and I quote, said, "I don't know what's going on right now at the FBI." Mr. President, that's not true. Thanks to multiple brave whistleblowers, we now know that Mr. Patel likely committed perjury in making that statement. Even before being confirmed as an FBI director, Mr. Patel is already directing the ongoing purge of honorable career public servants. Despite his status as a private citizen, he has no right to be part of this awful process. I urge my Republican colleagues, seriously, consider these credible whistleblower allegations before you vote on Mr. Patel's nomination. Mr. Patel's claim about an FBI purge were not his only misleading statements under oath. At his hearing, Mr. Patel implausibly told me he could not recall Stu Peters, a man who's been identified as an anti-Semitic Holocaust denier. I asked him repeatedly, what about Stu Peters? Don't know the man, don't recognize the name. This is simply not true. Considering that Mr. Patel appeared on Mr. Peters' podcast 8 times, Mr. President, 8 times, and he couldn't recall the man's name. And Mr. Peters has since revealed that he and Mr. Patel directly communicate via their personal cell phones, quote, constantly. Constantly was the word he used. As far as Patel was concerned, under oath, never heard of the man. Why in the world would he do that? Why would Mr. Patel admit the obvious? 8 podcasts and constant communication with this man? And an even larger question, what is he doing as a man who wants to direct the FBI in concert with anti-Semitic Holocaust denier Stu Peters? What is going on here? Is he showing good judgment? Is this the kind of person you want to put in charge of 38,000 criminal investigators? Mr. Patel also claimed, quote, he didn't have anything to do with the recording of the so-called January 6th prison choir, which included at least 6 rioters who violently assaulted police officers. Mr. Patel thinks there's something interesting, maybe even amusing, about the fact that he created a choir of these individuals who had been prosecuted for what they did on January 6th. Here's what Mr. Patel said to Steve Bannon after he denied knowing anything about this recording before the Judiciary Committee recently. He said to Steve Bannon, quote, "We got this idea to record the January 6 prisoners who recite the national anthem every night from the DC prison. Then we took that to the studio, so we mastered and digitized that. So on Steve Bannon's show, he is the mastermind behind this recording of these prisoners saying something about the national anthem every night. That particular tape that he created of the January 6th choir was taken to Trump rallies too and played as some kind of interesting display of what Patel insists are just political prisoners. One of Mr. Patel's choir boys, Julian Khater, Khater, he was convicted of assaulting Capitol Police officers with pepper spray. One of those officers was Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick. Brian Sicknick suffered multiple strokes and died the day after the attack. Mr. Khater was one of the people who assaulted him. Mr. Patel has called these violent January 6 rioters, and I quote, political prisoners. That includes Guy Reffitt. Guy Reffitt was sentenced to 87 months in prison for his role in the January 6th assault. 87 months. Mr. Reffitt brought a gun to the Capitol on January 6th and recorded himself saying the following, which I'll paraphrase because I don't want to use profanity on the floor of the Senate. Quote, "We're all going to drag them out kicking and screaming. I just want to see Pelosi's head hit every effing stair on the way out, and Mitch McConnell too. F them all." Mr. Reffitt's 19-year-old son, Jackson, turned him into law enforcement after the attack, despite Reffitt's threats to shoot Jackson and his sister. Here's what Reffitt said to his own children, quote, "If you turn me in, you're a traitor. And you know what happens to traitors. Traitors get shot." Mr. Reffitt received a full and unconditional pardon from President Trump. Guess where he was on January 30th this year? Back at the Capitol complex at Mr. Patel's confirmation hearing. Here's what Mr. Reffitt posted on social media from the hearing room. Quote, "Present and in support of Kash Patel, as the leftist commies continue to spew lies, misinformation, and disinformation, my man is clean house Kash." Quote unquote. Stu Peters, constant communication, Holocaust denier. This gentleman, he's become a hero too for his appearance before the committee, and we're all commies for questioning Kash Patel's politics and what it's led to. These are Mr. Patel's allies: Stu Peters, Julian Khater, Guy Reffitt. On the other hand, consider who is warning us about Mr. Patel. Former Trump officials who know him, like Attorney General Bill Barr, CIA Director Haspel, Defense Secretary Mark Esper, and National Security Advisor John Bolton. All of these were Republican appointees who worked with Patel, who know him well, and warn us not to do this. Don't give this responsibility to this man. All Republican appointees. Mr. Patel has left a long trail of grievances, lashing out at anyone who is not completely aligned with him. He calls Democrats, quote, "vindictive, evil, and vicious," and repeatedly attacks Republican senators who don't toe the MAGA line. I've read Mr. Patel's book, Government Gangsters. It includes an enemies list at the end of the book, 60 names, members of the deep state, in the word of Kash Patel, which includes distinguished public servants from both political parties. What do they all have in common, the 60 people on this hit list? From Attorney General Bill Barr and Merrick Garland to former FBI Directors Bob Mueller and Chris Wray, they've all had the misfortune of crossing paths with the vindictive Kash Patel. Mr. Patel claims he respects law enforcement, but his words and actions just demonstrate his disdain for the FBI. He has said on day one he plans to, quote, "shut down the FBI headquarters," and he's falsely claimed that the FBI, quote, "was planning the January 6th event for a year beforehand." There is no truth to that statement, Mr. President, and he is casting aspersions on the FBI that are undeserved. Mr. Patel's record demonstrates that he's dangerous, inexperienced, and dishonest. He should not and cannot serve as an effective FBI director. Mr. Patel has been crystal clear that he plans on using the FBI's vast surveillance and investigative authority to, quote, come after, close quote, the president's enemies. It is shocking that my Republican colleagues are willing to support him, despite the serious threat he poses to our national security. And I'm sorry to say I believe they will quickly come to regret this vote. When I think of giving this man a 10-year tenure as director of the leading criminal investigative agency in the world, I cannot imagine a worse choice. You want the person that has that job and that power to destroy people simply by investigation, to show some temperament and some judgment. Kash Patel shows just the opposite. He is neither qualified nor prepared to assume this responsibility. I will be voting no and plead with my Republican colleagues. Please think twice before creating this situation and making it even worse. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from California is recognized.
Mr. President, I too rise today to oppose the nomination of Kash Patel to serve as director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Now, let me begin by saying to Americans watching at home who may not be completely up to speed as to what's going on, the importance of this specific nomination, or wondering, who is Kash Patel? We might have been distracted these last few weeks by a rush of headlines coming out of the White House, maybe preoccupied with the cost of groceries that are rising by the week. You may have, if you caught any news, been hearing about how President Trump, the richest president in history, has given Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, unprecedented access to millions of Americans' sensitive private information. Yes, Elon Musk has access to your personal private information, from social security numbers to home addresses to your tax information. There's been a lot going on. All the while, President Trump is also trying to lay the groundwork to pass another massive tax cut for billionaires. So if you've been busy and struggling to keep up, I understand. So let me try to break it down for you. Only in the year 2025, when Donald Trump seems to have a headlock on the Republican Party, could a nominee this extreme and this unqualified be considered or confirmed to lead the FBI. No party of Reagan would ever support this big a threat to American freedom and our national security. No party of Lincoln could ever support this big a source of division among Americans. And yet, here we are, pretending as if a man who promised to shut down the FBI headquarters on day one and turn it into a museum for the deep state is now fit to lead the FBI. You see, time and again, Kash Patel has shown that his loyalty lies not with the rule of law, but with Donald Trump. Why? Because he knows that Donald Trump is his cash cow. Trump is Kash Patel's ticket to selling more books. It's his calling card to try to book the next podcast interview, and certainly key to landing his next job. Frankly, it's a pattern we've seen from all too many of the nominees that Donald Trump has picked for his second administration. These are people whose sole qualification is allegiance to Trump. This should disqualify any nominee, but it's particularly concerning for a nominee slated to lead the nation's premier law enforcement agency. when it comes to protecting the security of our nation, there is no room between patriotism and patronage. The American people need and deserve a public servant who is 100% committed to the around-the-clock safety of the American people. Unfortunately, through his actions over the course of the last several years, his conduct this past month before the Senate Judiciary Committee, Kash Patel has demonstrated a dangerous lack of judgment, lack of preparation, and lack of independence. He's shown that he's either unwilling or unable of putting politics aside in order to protect the American people and uphold the Constitution, should he be confirmed to lead the FBI. And throughout his career, he's shown a clear pattern of loyalty to Trump and of self-dealings at the expense of the American people. That includes undermining the FBI's work in order to protect Trump from investigation, profiting off of conspiracies about a, quote, deep state, and promoting an enemies list targeting public servants, selling picture books to spread conspiracy theories to children about the 2016 election, endangering the lives of American service members after inserting himself into a hostage rescue operation, refusing to commit in his confirmation hearing to enforcing existing gun laws that protect lives and have saved lives, holding millions of dollars in unvested stock in a foreign company tied to forced and child labor, even producing a song and financially supporting the families of insurrectionists who violently beat Capitol Police officers on January 6th. And now it appears that this list includes potentially having lied under oath in his confirmation hearing about the role he played in firing career FBI employees based on their perceived loyalties. After we heard him swear in committee that he played no role in the firings, whistleblowers are coming forward to tell us otherwise. At the very least, this charge is so serious that it warrants further investigation. Colleagues, stretching the truth or potentially outright lying may score on points with President Trump, but as director of the FBI, it will only put American lives at risk. Think about it. To all the Americans who might be watching from home, you wouldn't put an arsonist in charge of a fire department, would you? But with Kash Patel atop the FBI, that's exactly what we'd get. Career law enforcement will continue to be purged. The FBI will be weaponized for political gain, and our communities will be less safe. I want to make one final point to our Republican colleagues. Throughout this body's history, the Senate has had not just the opportunity, but the responsibility to serve as a check on executive overreach. Senators of both parties over history have exercised our constitutional duty to advise and consent to the president's nominations. And in the past, the Senate has rejected extreme nominations. To stay quiet when a nominee so obviously unfit comes before us, that sets a dangerous precedent. Think about the damage you'll not just be doing to the institution of the FBI or to the Senate, but to the trust that millions of Americans deserve to have in our law enforcement. But more important than that, today, consider this, that someday in the future, possibly the near future, when a loyalist FBI director abuses the position and fails to protect the American people, it won't just be Kash Patel that will be held accountable. It won't just be President Trump we will try to hold accountable. It will be every member of this body who supported his nomination that will also be held accountable. So I invite you, I encourage you to have the courage to say no to Trump because lives are on the line. Have the courage to stand up and protect your constituents, protect the American people. Stand up, do the right thing, vote no on this nominee. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. President, I rise to strongly oppose the confirmation of Kash Patel to serve as the next director of the FBI. The FBI director leads our nation's most important law enforcement agency. It is made up of more than 38,000 nonpartisan public servants who work every day to take on violent crime, get fentanyl off of our streets, investigate cyber crimes, protect our national security, and so much more. The Bureau's motto is fidelity, bravery, integrity. And its director must be someone who embodies those core values above all else. That is not Kash Patel. Let's start with fidelity. The FBI director's loyalty is not to the president. It is to the truth, the Constitution, the American people. But Mr. Patel has made it clear that his only loyalty is to the president. Mr. Patel has threatened to come after the president's critics. On one podcast in December of 2023, by the way, that's 2023, just a few years ago, not 2 decades ago, not when he's in high school. In 2023, he said, and I quote, "We're going to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. We'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you on notice." And on another podcast last August, he said, "When Trump wins in 2024 and is in power in 2025, we can prosecute them," referring to Justice Department officials. That was just last August. At his hearing before the Judiciary Committee, we gave Mr. Patel numerous opportunities to explain, to walk back his threats. He chose not to, nor did he try to explain his so-called deep state list of former government officials, including many Republicans who served under the president's first term. This list of his deep state government gangsters, as he called them, list included former Defense Secretary Mark Esper, former CIA Director Gina Haspel, former National Security Advisor John Bolton, and former Attorney General Bill Barr. Bill Barr, who had received so many compliments from people in this body, from so many Republicans, including the chair of the Judiciary Committee. I remind our colleagues on the other side of the aisle that Bill Barr wrote that putting Patel in charge of the FBI, promoting him in any way, would only happen, quote, over his dead body, end quote. Gina Haspel threatened to resign to stop Patel from becoming her deputy, and John Bolton said that Patel demonstrated no policy aptitude at all. Mr. President, these are staunch, lifelong Republicans. They are experienced and respected people. I may not agree in any way with everything they've said or done, nor does everyone here, but we do agree that they are people of integrity. Mr. President, if these people can end up on Kash Patel's deep state list, we can only imagine what that would mean for anyone who might not be deemed sufficiently loyal to the president. We know what Mr. Patel wants to do with the people on his list because he already told us. In one interview, he said the people on the list, quote, need to go to prison, end quote. And his comments about his so-called enemies are not empty threats. His desire to punish all but the president's most zealous loyalists is far too real. At his hearing, Mr. Patel said that, quote, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution, end quote. Yet, mere hours later, the administration forced out 8 of the Bureau's most senior, nonpartisan public servants who oversaw national security, criminal, and cyber matters. One day later, an email was sent to FBI employees requesting a list of everyone who had worked on January 6 cases, quote, to determine whether any additional personnel actions are necessary, end quote. It wouldn't matter if it's just a brand new person who gets assigned to a case or a senior person. It doesn't matter if these people were prosecuting people, investigating people that actually tried to do us harm in this chamber, chased down former Senator Romney in the hall. That all happened. Destroyed offices of the parliamentarian and others, cut police officers' faces and injured them. And then, when in any crime scene you'd have it investigated, this guy, Kash Patel, is questioning those FBI employees that were simply assigned to the case to work on them. This is not the person we should be putting in charge of the FBI. And I know my colleagues know this. So many of them that were there at the time supported Christopher Wray. I voted for Christopher Wray. He was Donald Trump's choice to run the FBI, but I thought that he would be a man of integrity, and he was. I will also note that applications to the FBI have tripled since he's been in office during that time period because he's improved morale, they've been doing their job, and people want to go work there. Mr. Patel's supposed enemies are not only government officials he disagrees with. He has threatened the press as well. No one agrees with every story the press writes. I certainly don't. And I'm sure many of my colleagues have read stories about them that they don't like. But we believe in this country in the First Amendment. Mr. Patel, however, has referred to the media as, again, a recent quote, the most powerful enemy the United States has ever seen, end quote. He said that not even on a podcast. He said that in a speech. Think about that. The media is the most powerful enemy the United States has ever seen, in the words of Kash Patel, nominated to be the director of the FBI, to oversee tens of thousands of agents across the country. Not China, not Russia, not Iran, not terrorists, but the press. And Mr. Patel has already publicly threatened journalists, saying, we're going to come after the people in the media. We're going to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. We'll figure it out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice, end quote. This isn't someone who has any business running the world's premier law enforcement agency. This isn't someone who we can trust to be faithful to our Constitution. This isn't fidelity to the rule of law and impartial law enforcement. It is a direct threat to it. Bravery, fidelity, bravery, integrity. So let's talk about bravery. We all know that the Capitol Police showed bravery far and above the call of duty on January 6, 2021. We know that. We know that many of them, their gear was stuck on a bus, their riot gear. They weren't even able to access it. And so many of them were protecting us, people who worked in this Capitol, when the people that were storming into this Capitol had better gear than the police had. And of course, We've made tons of changes since then, changes to the leadership of the Capitol Police with a new chief, changes to the sergeant at arms, changes to our security profile. We've made those changes. Of course, we should have done that. But what we do know is they showed bravery. But rather than recognize the officers' bravery, Mr. Patel accused those who testified in the January 6 hearings of lying. When asked on a podcast whether Capitol Police officers told the truth in the House of Representatives January 6 committee hearings when they were under oath, Mr. Patel said, and I quote, "No, and lying under oath is a federal offense and they should be investigated for it." Once again, our colleagues on the Judiciary Committee gave him the chance to walk back these comments during his hearings, and once again, he chose not to. In fact, he claimed this wasn't accurate. It was exactly what he said. We have the evidence. We have the facts. We have the proof. Right there, his words. I would think facts and truth and the proof should matter to someone who is asking to be head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, but it doesn't. Literally, this is on YouTube. Anyone listening today could look it up. The men and women of the Capitol Police aren't criminals, they're heroes. And so are the men and women at the FBI who every day put their lives on the line to keep us safe. But Kash Patel disagrees. He wrote in his book, again recently, that, quote, "The FBI has become so thoroughly compromised that it will remain a threat to the people unless drastic measures are taken," end quote. And he called the men and women of the FBI, quote, "utterly corrupt," end quote. How do you think that makes people feel? People out in Minnesota who are going after bank robbers or gangs or drug rings because Kash Patel didn't like one investigation of a bunch of mobsters that came into this Capitol and beat up police. And then he said he wanted the list of everyone that was involved in that. I don't think the FBI is a threat to the people like Mr. Patel. I don't think it's utterly corrupt, and I don't think my Republican colleagues believe that either. I think they admire the people that work at the FBI. In fact, under Mr. Wray's leadership, as I noted, the morale of the agents and personnel at the FBI has improved significantly, 3 times as many people, as I noted, applying as agents. These agents deserve a director who will have their back and continue building the morale at the Bureau, not someone who denigrates their service and, as Kash Patel has done, again, we've got it, his voice saying it, calls for their headquarters to be shut down and turned into a museum. That was one of his later comments. The men and women of the FBI show us every day what it means to embody bravery. And now we need to show them that we too can be brave and tell the president on this one, no, this is not the right person. We know he's your friend. We know you've hung out with him a lot, but this is not the person for this job. I asked my colleagues to vote no on just one of these nominees. I voted yes on some of them. I looked at their credentials. I made a decision. Maybe it wouldn't have been the first person I picked, but I voted yes on some of them. I asked them to vote no on Kash Patel. Integrity, FBI, integrity, I. The FBI runs on facts. It runs on truth. Without truth, the whole system breaks down. And in his hearing, Mr. Patel made clear why Americans should be so concerned about putting someone in charge of the FBI who clearly does not have the integrity the job demands. Mr. Patel did not even have the integrity to stand by his own words that we had on YouTube. Instead of disavowing or providing explanations for his past statements, he repeatedly misled the committee, dodged questions, and claimed ignorance. Claimed he didn't remember things he'd said just a few months before. Why would you want someone in the FBI who doesn't remember things they said only a few months before? This is irresponsible at best and deceitful at worst. The director of our nation's most powerful law enforcement agency must be forthright and trustworthy. He must follow the facts and carefully analyze evidence before drawing conclusions. Unfortunately, Mr. Patel has proven that his allegiance is to the president, not to the truth. Mr. President, independence of the FBI from the White House is critical. We recently saw courageous prosecutors stand up for an independent justice system. They resigned instead of carrying out politicized orders from the administration. These were not liberal lawyers. These were not members of the resistance. The acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Danielle Sassoon, was a Federalist Society member and a clerk to Justice Scalia. She is a rising star. She is so respected. She has taken on major cases and won against criminals time and time again. And she gave up the position of the acting head of one of the most incredible prosecutor's office in the country, the Southern District of New York. And the lead prosecutor of the case, Hagan Scotton, was a decorated Iraq war veteran. He clerked for Justice Roberts and Justice Kavanaugh when Justice Kavanaugh was on the Court of Appeals. In his resignation letter, he wrote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." I think we should think about those words when we take our votes. I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me. My Republican colleagues need to show some of the same courage as these public servants. They need to stop acquiescing and stand up to this assault on our justice system. And a good place to start is by voting against Patel. The fact is, federal law enforcement and the American people deserve a director who embodies the Bureau's model: fidelity, bravery, and integrity. I will be voting no on his confirmation, and I asked our Republican colleagues to join me in standing up for justice, in standing up for the rule of law. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii is recognized.
Mr. President, as the leading law enforcement agency in our country, the FBI does critical work every single day to keep our nation, to keep us safe. From counterterrorism and counter-trafficking to fighting cyber attacks and so much more. At a time of global instability, FBI agents are working day in and day out to protect us from threats, both foreign and domestic. But today, the FBI and the Department of Justice face a crisis caused not by any outside threat, but rather by the men and women tasked with leading these agencies. Instead of focusing on potential attacks, hacks, or violent criminal enterprises, we have a DOJ and FBI that have been turned inward on themselves. In just the last month, dozens of senior career FBI and DOJ employees have been purged en masse by President Trump and his administration. Hundreds of thousands of the prosecutors and FBI special agents and analysts may be next. In fact, I shouldn't use the word may, will be next. Purging hardworking and dedicated civil servants does nothing to make us safe. In fact, it does just the opposite. Attorney General Bondi recently announced the creation of a, quote, weaponization working group, end quote, only continues this trend. Through this working group, she is doing what she told us she would not do in her confirmation hearings. She is, quote, investigating the investigators with this working group, and I expect next to be prosecuting the prosecutors. I fear what a DOJ and FBI focused inward on themselves mean for the safety and security of our nation. Which brings me to Kash Patel, President Trump's nominee to lead the FBI. For many reasons, Mr. Patel is not the man to answer the many challenges of the moment. Mr. Patel spent his nomination hearings avoiding every hard question, not even the hard questions. I asked him, for example, if he would investigate people on his 60 people on his deep state list. He would not say no. It's pretty clear. This list, and I suspect it's a growing one, but the 60-person list are all the people who are not sufficiently loyal to President Trump. So it has many, many Republicans on the list. And what the heck is he planning to do with that list? Believe me, it's not because they're going to be commended for the work that they did. I asked him in his hearings whether he profited from selling supplements to detox the COVID-19 vaccine. Supplements he promoted on his social media channels. He did not answer. I asked him if Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. He would not answer. He claimed not to know an anti-Semitic extremist named Stu Peters, despite the fact that he appeared in this person's program 8 times. He tried to claim no involvement with the January 6th choir made up of inmates serving in prison for their part in the violent insurrection on January 6th at the Capitol. And of course, we all know all of these inmates have been pardoned en masse by the president. He claimed no involvement with this choir, despite promoting them and hawking their merchandise for years. He was unwilling to provide any details about his grand jury testimony related to the January 6th insurrection, testimony he had to be compelled to give after taking the Fifth Amendment. And of course, Mr. Patel has the same rights as any American to plead the Fifth. But we have an equal right to ask him, as the nominee for the FBI director, no less, why he did so, and to learn what his ultimate testimony was. The one thing Mr. Patel did testify to in response to a question from Senator Booker about whether he was, quote, aware of any plans or discussions to punish FBI agents or personnel associated with Trump investigations, quote. And his response was that he was, quote, not aware of that. We have since learned of credible evidence that Mr. Patel perjured himself with that statement. Mr. President, Mr. Patel is totally unfit to lead the FBI. It's clear he won't discern fact from fiction, and that he will be loyal to Donald Trump and Donald Trump only, which means total disregard for the Constitution and the rule of law. Ours is a nation of laws. But Mr. Patel's nomination is one more indication that Donald Trump fancies himself above the law, even referring to himself as king in a recent tweet, and will weaponize the law however he wants to advance his political agenda. Mr. Patel is a dangerous nomination that will make our country less safe, less secure, and erode America's trust in the FBI. Mr. President, our administrative agencies, and certainly the Department of Justice and the FBI, do not exist to be used as tools for retribution by Donald Trump Pam Bondi or Kash Patel. But that is exactly what is happening with our agencies and the firing and the purging of thousands of people who are doing the job of the people. What can be thinking in supporting Mr. Patel to lead an agency that has the tools to spy and go after all the people that he doesn't like? I urge my colleagues to vote no on his nomination, and I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from California is recognized.
Today, the Senate is on track to confirm Kash Patel as director of the FBI. Think about that statement for a moment. Kash Patel, conspiracy theorist, January 6 denier, MAGA sycophant, and political provocateur, will be FBI director. The absurdity of it, the destructive consequences of it. And it's worth asking today, how did we get here to such an extreme point, to this moment when someone so patently unqualified, really disqualified from any position of responsibility, is poised to become director of the nation's preeminent law enforcement agency? Earlier today, I stood with my colleagues out in front of the FBI headquarters, a building that Kash Patel promised to dismantle on his first day as FBI director and turn into a museum of the deep state, the home of a department that we all know he will convert into a political weapon for the president who is a serial lawbreaker and will use Patel as a tool for retribution against his enemies. But in a democracy, law enforcement does not serve the president, let alone someone who fashions himself as a king. Law enforcement serves the people. It is nonpartisan. It is not a vehicle of political payback for a political party. And yet we are watching the FBI and DOJ hollowed out, dismantled, and turned into an investigative and prosecutorial extension of Donald Trump's White House. We are watching it live in real time. It is already happening in that building we visited this morning. In just the last month, Donald Trump's Department of Justice has engaged in a brazen, sweeping purge, a rolling Saturday night massacre, an unmistakable campaign to intimidate, to punish, and to drive out thousands of hardworking, nonpartisan FBI and career DOJ employees. This is happening as we speak. Acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove fired roughly 24 prosecutors involved in January 6 criminal cases, not for cause, not for corruption, not for misconduct. They were fired for failing what is in effect a loyalty test. A loyalty test. A MAGA mob attacks the Capitol on January 6th to stop the peaceful transfer of power. They beat police officers, gouge them, bear spray them, all in the service of an even bigger crime, stopping the peaceful transfer of power after Donald Trump lost his re-election. And they get pardoned by Donald Trump. The lawbreakers get pardoned. And the brave FBI agents who track down these violent miscreants, these agents get punished. They get fired. They get purged. The one-man wrecking ball that is Donald Trump is turning the world upside down. The criminals are being pardoned, and the cops are being punished. Now, Kash Patel sat before the Senate Judiciary Committee and under oath insisted he knew of no plans to punish FBI employees involved in investigations related to Donald Trump. He positively levitated at the suggestion that such a thing could even be true. Then within days, top FBI agents were fired. Thousands of FBI employees, career professionals, were sent a detailed questionnaire demanding they disclose any involvement in investigations related to the January 6th insurrection. A warning accompanied this. Additional personnel actions could follow. And yet, Mr. Patel testified that, quote, there will be no politicization at the FBI. There'll be no retributive actions taken by any FBI should I be confirmed as FBI director. He sat in that committee room and told the Senate all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. That was a Thursday. 3 weeks ago, the very next day, the purges began. Before the ink had dried on the transcript of that hearing, the retribution campaign had begun. In his written response to questions, Patel denies knowing about these actions in advance, denies knowing whether he discussed these dismissals with the White House, the DOJ, or the FBI. He wrote, I do not recall having conversations with the transition team about pursuing any particular investigations or targets. I asked him in writing about these actions, and his answer was he doesn't remember. But in fact, whistleblowers have come forward to testify or to state that not only did Patel know about the upcoming purges, he was directing those dismissals. How could he not recall that? It wasn't years ago or even months. It was days before. Days before his written answers to those questions, those written answers where he said he couldn't recall, he was directing these purges covertly as a private citizen. But he doesn't recall. Purges of quality career professionals who dedicated their lives to the rule of law, who have been fired, laid off, or forced out because they dared investigate a violent insurrection on our Capitol. Or the President's retention of classified documents that contained our nuclear and other national security secrets. There was a time in our country when the FBI was weaponized, when it served as a sword for the President, and the DOJ served as his shield, when Hoover authorized covert harassment campaigns against the perceived enemies of the President. We thought those days were over, and they were over until now. We must not put in place a Roy Cohn for the President, someone who will bend and break the law to serve the President's personal and political aims. For therein lies the path to corruption, to unlimited power, and to malfeasance of the highest order. We put up guardrails to prevent one man and his cadre of company men from turning the Bureau and Department into a partisan and lawless battering ram. We must not take them down, because we know the road that lies ahead. And we know that Donald Trump cannot destroy the nonpartisan character of the FBI and the Department of Justice without his enablers. And Kash Patel is Donald Trump's hand-picked enabler and henchman, the guy who would say yes when everyone else would say no to any immoral and unlawful requests made by Donald Trump, the guy who publicized his deep state list, almost half of whom are Republicans, the guy who worked for and retains millions of dollars in stock in a company supported by the Chinese Communist Party. In any normal world, that would automatically disqualify someone from leading the nation's premier law enforcement and counterintelligence agency. This is not someone we would want running the FBI. It would be unthinkable to confirm a nominee who's written an entire book in service of, quote, dramatically limiting and refocusing the scope of the FBI's authority. A nominee who has publicly said it would be fun to go on a manhunt of government gangsters alongside those who, quote, represent Donald Trump's army to take this country back. I'm of the opinion that the people the FBI should be going on manhunts for are actual criminals, not the president's enemies of the day. The FBI shouldn't serve as Donald Trump's army. Alas, we will not soon forget the last time Donald Trump's army presented itself to us, when they beat down the doors of this Capitol, when they attacked law enforcement and sought to overturn an election. Mr. Patel is quite familiar with that mob. He celebrated them in song. Now, Mr. Patel tried to deny his association with the January 6th choir. He said he had nothing to do with their recording. But earlier on Steve Bannon's podcast, he was all too proud to brag about it. Quote, so what we thought would be cool is if we captured that audio and then, of course, had the greatest President Donald J. Trump recite the Pledge of Allegiance, then we went to a studio and recorded it, mastered it, digitized it, and put it out as a song now releasing exclusively on the War Room. But when I asked him about this under oath, his response was, and you may never believe this, when he said we did this and we did that, we didn't include him. I don't know what's worse, taking credit for something he didn't do or doing something and then lying about it. But what I do know is this is not the character of someone who should be director of the FBI. At the hearing, I also asked him to turn and face the Capitol Police officers in the room. These officers from the same department that suffered such grievous injuries on January 6th. He couldn't do so. He couldn't look them in the eye. And I don't blame him for being too ashamed. He should be ashamed, celebrating their victimization in a song. He should be ashamed. And anyone voting to confirm him should be ashamed. And yet here we are, on a fast track to rubber stamp his confirmation, asked to turn a blind eye as he takes control of the most powerful law enforcement agency in the country. That is what my Republican colleagues seem poised to do, and I will ask again, how on earth did we get here? And where are we going? By confirming a nominee who is so plainly unqualified, who is tied up in shady business dealings with the CCP and the Kremlin, who made songs with violent cop beaters, who made memes of himself sawing the heads off of members of Congress. How on earth did we get here? Because we all know where this road ends. A weaponized FBI, investigations into anyone who stands up to Donald Trump, elected officials, journalists, Democrats, and Republicans, anyone. Now, I know some of my colleagues seek solace in the belief that if they just toe the line for long enough, they'll be spared. But we all know what happens when someone falls out of favor with Donald Trump. When you're inevitably asked to vote for something or do something so egregious that you cannot possibly continue to say yes. And when you reach that moment, when you're forced to cross the president or abandon your final line in the sand, it will be these moments you remember, the concessions to a wannabe authoritarian that you were willing to entertain, the lines you allowed him to cross so you would be spared his wrath. But you will not be spared. No one is. Not the veteran, nonpartisan employees at the FBI, not the maverick, moderate members of this body, not even the most extreme supporters, left out in the cold the moment they are no longer valuable to this president. When, not if, when you fall out of favor with Donald Trump, Patel and others may be unleashed on you as well. My colleagues should remember there is more room under Donald Trump's bus than on it. Enabling his administration is a one-way street, and by continuing to go down it, you drive yourselves and the foundations of our democracy to the very precipice. My colleagues, we have a duty today, a duty to the Constitution and a duty to the American people. We have a duty to the 38,000 men and women of the FBI who put themselves and their lives on the line every single day. Those who work in the building where we stood this morning in the freezing cold and in communities and cities across the country, keeping us safe and secure. We must take that duty seriously, because if we confirm Kash Patel, knowing what we are getting, knowing where we are going, we will only have ourselves to blame. Mr. President, I yield back.
The senator from Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here to join my distinguished colleague from California in opposition to the nomination of Kash Patel and to make crystal clear to this body what he is going to do in that job. He has shown who he is. So when these things go wrong, I want to be absolutely clear that our Republican friends were warned. They will own the consequences of Kash Patel's misbehavior. Let's start with the fact that unlike any FBI director before, this guy is a vitriolic partisan. And those are the stripes he shows when he is left to his own devices, and those are the characteristics he will revert back to when he is running the FBI. Just a few simple examples. This is from his book that contains, called Government Gangsters, and this is a page of his enemies list. Well, Attorney General Bondi said nobody should come to a law enforcement job with an enemies list. So then they had to pretend that this was not an enemies list. Well, of course it's an enemies list. Here's what Kash Patel himself says about it. Names named, roadmap unveiled, the manhunt starts tomorrow. If you're going to set up a manhunt against people, are they not your enemies by any logical definition of the term? He goes on to a video that shows himself chainsawing off the heads of the people on his enemies list, including the handsome junior senator from California and the daughter of former Vice President Cheney. It's a pretty gross image to be cutting the heads off of people with a saw. And he didn't put it up, but he retweeted it. He loved it so much that he put it up on his own media. Things like that are not appropriate for an FBI director. They're bizarre for just a normally weird person, but for an abnormally weird person to be the director of the FBI, things are going to go bad. Be warned. He is also a completely sycophantic suck-up when it comes to Donald Trump. He wrote children's books in which King Donald rules, and his loyal little functionary, Kash, brings justice to him, pursuing the slugs of the FBI. Really? When the FBI is asked to investigate corruption in Trump world, do you think Kash Patel will rise to the occasion, or do you think he'll participate in a cover-up? All you have to do is look at his own conduct and his own history. This is not Democrats saying this. What we're doing is relating what he has said and what he has done. This is Kash Patel on Kash Patel. He spread the really abhorrent lie that federal law enforcement was behind January 6th. On one of the many podcasts and interview shows where he spewed so much disinformation and partisan vitriol, he was asked, looks like you have a preponderance of evidence suggesting there may have been federal law enforcement involved in making January 6th happen. Patel's response, I'll get you to beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt, he believed and said federal law enforcement agencies were behind January 6th. We know that is preposterous. We know that is false. We know that investigations have shown that none of that is even remotely true. That is completely false information. And yet, here he is spouting it, and that's what he's going to look like as FBI director, too. The FBI is going to have to appear before judges and convince judges of the probity of the agency, of the legitimacy of the agency, of the propriety of the investigation, that the department has done a fair job of marshaling the evidence. Here's what he says about judges. We got to start impeaching judges if they've ruled against Donald Trump. They were a political terrorist, in his view. Any case that Donald Trump's been charged in, Almost every judge is handling this thing as if they were not a judge, but a political terrorist. And of course, he meant the Trump judge down in Florida as the only one accepted. When you start talking about judges that way, you can't then expect judges not to pay attention when you come before them trying to do the work of the FBI. Then there's the question of what his former colleagues have said about him. These are things that he said himself. What have his former colleagues said about him? Every single one a Trump appointee. John Bolton, National Security Advisor. I didn't think he was qualified. I was forced to hire him. Political pressure jammed him into the job, and Bolton said, I don't want any part of this guy. I was forced to hire him. The Attorney General Bill Barr. They tried to force him on Bill Barr as deputy director of the FBI, and he said, Patel has virtually no experience that would qualify him to lead the FBI, and said, over my dead body does he get that job. These are the job recommendations of his own colleagues that show his unfitness. Over at the CIA, they tried to stuff him in someplace. And the director of the CIA, Gina Haspel, I'm no friend of Gina Haspel, but here's what she said about him. If he came over, she would resign before allowing Patel to assume a position as her deputy. This is a guy who has a record of engagement with Trump appointees that show that he is not qualified, not capable, and somebody that they would resign before they'd let work for them. And now we're supposed to let him work for the American people? It is ridiculous. He testified once in state court on a Trump-related case, and his testimony was, to put it mildly, not convincing. Here's what the judge said. The court finds that Mr. Patel was not a credible witness. His testimony is not only illogical, but completely devoid of any evidence in the record. Okay, people come into court, they lie, the court doesn't believe their nonsense, and statements like this happen all the time in court. But here's where they don't happen. They don't happen with federal law enforcement agents. Because when I was the U.S. attorney in Rhode Island, if one of my FBI agents had gone over into the United States District Court in Rhode Island and testified in a criminal case in such a way that one of the United States District judges said about that witness, he was not a credible witness, his testimony was illogical, devoid of evidence in the record, we'd be looking into that. This comes darn close to being what is called giglio material. Material that the government is forced to disclose to future defendants when it bears on the credibility of a government witness, an agent who is a government witness. People lose their careers over giglio material. This, if he was an FBI agent, would have caused a response in headquarters to say, what the hell is going on? How did one of our people get involved in such flagrantly fake testimony that he was called out by the judge in the case like this? And this is the person that they want to put in charge of the organization, whose probity and whose professionalism and whose integrity are essential to the successful working of the organization. And the guy was basically called out as a liar and a fraud in plain court. This guy is a hot mess. And when you have a character like this that lies in court, that runs chainsaw memes about your opponents, that every person who he tried to work with who was senior in the Trump administration said, get this bum out of here, I don't want to be anywhere near him, that's a record. And you all, my Republican friends who are going to vote on this guy, when he gets there and he does what his character tells us he will do, don't think this isn't going to come back to haunt you. And by the way, don't think that his Trump servience as FBI director won't turn on you. Just because he's a vitriolic partisan who despises Democrats doesn't mean that when Trump's ire moves someplace else to Republican office holders, he won't be there to deliver the FBI as an enforcer against you. So there's a lot to be concerned about. I'll close with this. Never before in the history of American law enforcement has somebody sought to attain a high position in American law enforcement who has pled the Fifth Amendment. Not only did he plead the Fifth Amendment, but he refused to tell the committee what it was all about. You can't plead the Fifth unless you have a reasonable expectation that could put you in jeopardy of a crime. What crime? How in jeopardy? Explain that. You're not just a normal person, you're trying to be the head of the FBI. In a civil case, pleading the Fifth entitles the judge to instruct the jury to draw an adverse interest about your testimony, that the jury can find against you because you took the Fifth. Why we have not had a straight answer yet from our Republican colleagues about why the guy who wants to be the head of the FBI pled the Fifth? It is an unprecedented, terrible situation. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to begin where my wonderful friend and colleague, Senator Whitehouse of Rhode Island, ended in opposing the nomination of Kash Patel to be director of the FBI. I served as United States Attorney as well, and I know firsthand what an investigation and a prosecution can do to an individual's life, even without a conviction. I used to tell my staff the most important thing we decide to do is to start an investigation or bring charges, because that person will be under a magnifying glass, having to defend himself, even if no charges are brought, and to defend himself, even if there's no conviction, and the charges themselves can do irreparable harm to a person's reputation, his finances, his family, his life. We entrust these positions, investigative and prosecutorial, to people who deserve the credibility and reliance that we give them. So the position of director of the FBI or Attorney General of the United States or prosecutors and investigators who work for them are not ordinary positions. Even potentially in certain situations, they are more powerful than a member of the United States cabinet in the impact they can have on individual lives. For the ordinary nominee, any of the defects in character or experience or performance in past jobs would have been disqualifying. We live in a time that is not ordinary. And this nominee is not normal. I've never seen any nominee to a position of significant responsibility that has as many disqualifying factors in his or her background. But I think that one comment about him that strikes me whenever I read it is the full quote from former National Security Advisor John Bolton. Part of that quote has been cited by previous speakers. I want to read the whole quote. Kash Patel's conduct in Mr. Trump's first term and thereafter indicates that as FBI director, he would operate according to secret police chief Lavrentiy Beria's reported comment to Joseph Stalin, "Show me the man, and I'll show you the crime." Now, very few people remember Secret Police Chief Beria and the terror he caused in carrying out Joseph Stalin's edicts to destroy people's lives, to execute them, to eliminate their families. But the mantra of Beria and Stalin, "Show me the man, and I'll show you the crime. Make up the crime to fit the man, and we will eliminate him." We're talking here about a nominee who has an enemies list. He calls it something different. He calls it government gangsters, and he's on a manhunt for them. Manhunt is his word. He can use different words, but the point here is he is on a mission to use the powers of this office in Donald Trump's name for political retribution against his enemies, against Trump's enemies, against MAGA's opponents. To use these institutions for political retribution is the height of irresponsibility. Even to hint at it ought to be disqualifying, and he has made it explicit in his past writings and his statements and speeches, not just a couple of times. It is a theme that runs through his public comments, that eliminating enemies through the use of prosecution is not only acceptable, but it's desirable. The FBI is a very special agency, 38,000 civil servants, including 13,000 special agents who go after international and domestic terrorism, cyber criminal syndicates, foreign espionage, organized criminal enterprises, including drug cartels, child sexual exploitation, and human trafficking, and many other crimes that affect our lives and the lives of everyday Americans across the country. All different backgrounds, races, religions can be victims of crime that the FBI investigates. And the FBI agents put their lives on the line because pursuing these crimes often puts them at risk from bad guys who may not even know that they're shooting at an FBI agent, but it's somebody pursuing them. They may not know that an FBI agent is operating undercover, and they may be killing him. And so the FBI's work is a dangerous business, but it is for our good and our safety. The American people deserve an FBI leader who is worthy of them. The American people deserve a director of the FBI who will keep them safe and who will make that safety a priority. But in recent weeks, the Trump administration has systematically weaponized and politicized both the FBI and the Department of Justice. On her very first day of office, Attorney General Bondi created a, quote, weaponization working group. Let me repeat that. Weaponization working group. And specifically named targets to be investigated: Letitia James, Alvin Bragg, Jack Smith. All of them have led legitimate prosecutions and lawsuits against President Trump. There have been reports that prosecutors and FBI agents have been reassigned from drug trafficking to do immigration enforcement, from terrorism task forces to immigration enforcement. And the administration has issued allegedly unethical or illegal orders, causing many top prosecutors to bravely resign rather than betray their oaths of office. We're talking about men and women who love their jobs in the Department of Justice and do them well. And they have sacrificed those jobs because they were ordered to take action that was unethical or illegal in their view. We need now more than ever an FBI director who is trustworthy and devoted to the ideals and values of the Department of Justice and the Constitution above all. Anyone taking one of those jobs raises their right hand and swears an oath to the Constitution, not to the President, not to the Attorney General, not to any other official. It is to the Constitution. Kash Patel is not that person, not the person to have that immense responsibility, most especially at this moment. He lacks the judgment, he lacks the integrity, he lacks the character and competence to be FBI director. Kash Patel's contempt for those agents who put their lives on the line has been clear. He's called them, the FBI, one of the most cunning and powerful arms of the deep state. And there are now highly credible whistleblower reports that he may have directed the purging of senior leaders at the FBI, as well as potentially a mass firing of career FBI officials. Those FBI officials who served professionally with distinction, put their lives on the line, purged as a result of Kash Patel involving himself, in fact, in those decisions, even as under oath, in response to my questions, he said, quote, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. All FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. Well, we stood in front of the FBI headquarters this morning. In that very building, there are individuals who will be fired because they took assignments. They didn't choose, they were assigned to criminal investigations that happened to involve Donald Trump. Political retribution at its very height. And if he directed the purging of those FBI agents, contrary to the assurances he made to our committee at his nomination committee, Kash Patel was certainly less than truthful with us. I have not been without criticism of the FBI. None of us have been. No agency is perfect. But I am also betting that members of the FBI would say there's room for improvement in this agency. Kash Patel would slash and trash the FBI, not improve it. He would engage in political retribution, not constructive reform. He would weaponize the FBI with that enemies list. He may not say it's an enemies list. He may call them government gangsters. But that manhunt would involve political retribution. And he has conspiracy theories. He's trafficked in them. He said he agrees with a lot of what QAnon says. He engages in election denialism, refusing to say that President Biden won the 2020 election. He's even suggested that the FBI planned the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And he has glorified those rioters by calling them political prisoners and, in fact, aiding them in their defense. Even the rioters who attacked and assaulted police officers and did them grave injury, and in some instances contributed to their deaths. He has joined them in song, producing the J6 choir's recording. And he has refused to be honest when it really matters, pleading the Fifth Amendment in the case about Donald Trump's handling of classified documents, and then denying us, or at least refusing to cooperate in providing us with access to the testimony that he offered. The litany of questionable comments, actions by this nominee shows he lacks the character and competence for this job. I've talked about roughly half a dozen various different facts in his background, statements, comments, actions that would be individually disqualifying. Altogether, they paint a picture of someone who has no proper role anywhere near a law enforcement agency, let alone director of the FBI. I'm appalled that my Republican colleagues voted for him in committee unanimously on their side. I'm appalled that so few may vote against him on the floor today. But I am absolutely sure of this one thing. This vote will haunt anyone who votes for him. They will rue the day they did it. To my Republican colleagues, think about it. Think about what you will tell your constituents, more important, your family, maybe your grandchildren, about why you picked and voted for this person who will sow to our nation's justice system. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President, I ask permission to speak up to 10 minutes.
Without objection, the senator from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank my colleagues for joining me here today. I oppose Kash Patel and believe he is the dangerously wrong choice to serve as the director of FBI. We all have great admiration for the FBI. The men and women there serve our nation, do hard work every day, and for decades they've served as a non-political agency that protects us and defends the rule of law. I believe that Mr. Patel is on a mission to wreck the FBI. It's his own words. He wants to turn the FBI building into a monument or museum to the deep state. You know, I believe that this country and Congress is in the midst of a slow-moving but rapidly accelerating constitutional crisis. This is real, and we can ignore it or see it. It began most visibly, of course, on January 6, 2021, when two norms of this republic, the peaceful transfer of power and the renunciation of violence to affect the outcome of a vote count and certification, were breached, and where many members of the House and Senate also voted against certifying the election of the person chosen by the people in their own states. The president continues to say that the election was stolen, and he has coached his nominees to embrace the big lie. Mr. President, the first month of the Trump administration has shown a contempt for the Constitution, an acceptance of lawlessness that is dangerous to the future of our republic. President Trump's election denialism was only an early sign of his disregard for the norms and requirements of the Constitution. Now empowered in a second term by a Congress and a judiciary which refuse to assert their independence, Mr. Trump has enacted executive order after executive order to dismantle our institutions. He doesn't have the authority to do what he's doing. The federal funding freeze, clearly unconstitutional, invasion of the Article I power of the purse, shutting down agencies created by Congress without authority, revoking birthright citizenship, a constitutional provision that he asserts he can do by executive order, removing leaders of independent agencies created by Congress, clearly unlawful, firing inspectors general in violation of notice requirements created by Congress, unlawful, firing government employees who have civil service protections, clearly unlawful, and pushing, really, a quid pro quo order at the Department of Justice to drop charges against a corrupt mayor in New York so he'll accede to whatever the wishes are of the Trump administration regarding local enforcement. And that's only a short list. And we have reached a point where a federal judge has found that the White House defied his order to release billions of dollars in federal grants, marking the first time that a judge has expressly declared that the Trump administration is disobeying a judicial mandate. That is trouble. The country is headed into a situation where, in addition to acting without authority, the president and his enablers are indicting, he will defy rulings from the third branch of our government. Vice President Vance has made it very clear what his point of view is on judges. Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's, quote, legitimate powers. And if the courts don't like it, let them enforce it. Of course, under our Constitution, since Marbury versus Madison, the court is the final arbiter of what is legitimate or what is not. And the executive branch must enforce the laws as interpreted by the co-equal branch of government. Mr. President, it is my view that this administration is showing maximum contempt for core constitutional values, including, most importantly, the separation of powers. This is not about what the president's agenda is. This is about his disregard about the limits that apply to each branch of government. And we have a dilemma. There are many in Congress that are fully in support of President Trump's policies. That's his right to pursue them, any member's right to support them. But it has to be that we accept our unique responsibility, each of the 100 U.S. senators, that we have to guarantee that in pursuit of those policies, it is done within constitutional boundaries. That is the glue that has held this country together through thick and thin for nearly 250 years. You know, this is not just talk about civic aspiration. It's a recognition that the separation of powers, that the system of checks and balances, we're custodians of that, each of us here. That the concept of the executive's ambition should be matched with the ambition of the legislature. That's what's held us together through the turmoil of our own history. We have fierce debates about important public policy matters, but what allows us to resolve them, despite intense disagreements, is staying within the guardrails of the Constitution. That process is being threatened directly and aggressively. The president's attack on our Constitution on January 6th has continued to this day. We've witnessed a renunciation of the decision that the American people made in the 2020 election by President Trump's nominees. Many of them who came before us, including Mr. Patel, were unable to simply say who won the 2020 election. They continued the Stop the Steal narrative even 4 years later. And now we have President Trump in his first month in office acting in ways that continues to challenge the constitutional order. I'm voting against Mr. Patel primarily, but not exclusively, because he's clearly an instrument in that effort to continue eroding the precepts of the Constitution on separation of powers. And I urge all my fellow senators, Republican and Democrats, to embrace the responsibility we have to assert our responsibility and authority as a co-equal branch. This is a difficult time, particularly for many of my esteemed colleagues on the Republican side. You may support, as I mentioned, the policies of the president, but we've got to take a look at how he is going about trying to implement them. That really matters. We are all custodians of the constitutional order. I'm regarding what President Trump has been doing in his first month in office as an illegal rampage. It's a rampage of illegality. He's showing a contempt for Congress and a contempt for the United States judiciary. Mr. Patel has signed on to that agenda. He isn't just someone who will be forced to participate in the president's campaign of retribution. He's an active participant. He's got his enemies list. We know this because his own words said what was the FBI doing planning January 6th for a year? No basis for that other than to set up the attack on the good men and women of the FBI. Mr. Patel is the one who created a list of deep state individuals. This is like Russia kind of stuff, half of whom are Republicans in the so-called deep state. And he called it nothing more than a cabal of government gangsters and allies. This is the department he's going to be leading, really. And he's the one who said thank you to President Trump for helping put so many government gangsters in their place. Mr. President, Mr. Patel is not the person to lead the FBI. And my hope is that all of us should consider what Mr. Patel will do. He's going to use the power of the FBI to go after all those in government, those in the media, and those across the country he doesn't agree with. He cannot serve as the next director of the FBI. I yield back.
All post-cloture time has expired. The question occurs on the nomination. Do I hear a sufficient second? There appears to be a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno,
Aye.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Sir. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Cotton, Ernst, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Moreno, Paul, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Tillis, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Duckworth, Durbin, King, Lujan, Murkowski, Murphy, Padilla, Peters, Sanders, Warner, and Welch. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no.
No.
Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no.
The yeas are 51. The nays are 49. The confirmation is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. I recognize a senator from South Carolina.
Thank you very much to my colleagues. We'll soon be starting what is commonly called a vote-a-rama. If you've never been in one, it's okay. But no, it's a chance to have a spirited discussion and debate about policy and about the budget resolution. So what's happened here is that the Budget Committee reported out Senate Concurrent Resolution 7 that will allow through the reconciliation process the spending of money and the reduction of spending based on different committees. This resolution allows for $175 billion of border and immigration policy enhancements, but it doesn't spend a penny. It allows the Judiciary Committee and the Homeland Security Committee to come up with up to $175 billion plan to secure our border and do immigration reform. And what will happen is that those two committees, Mr. President, will work with the Trump administration to meet their priorities. There's nothing in this resolution directing one dime of spending, and no spending bill can be implemented without presidential signature. So I want to make sure that's clear. There's $150 billion in increased defense spending. Why? Because we have a lot of threats. Since the withdrawal of Afghanistan, radical Islam is on the rise. We've got a hot war with Russia and Ukraine. Israel's facing enemies on 7 sides. We've provided weapons to our allies in Ukraine and Israel. We've run out of 155 howitzer rounds for a while. We've got to reinforce our industrial base. We need more money into our military yesterday to make sure that we can deter a war, and if we get them to a war, we win it. So the $150 billion will be allocated by the Armed Services Committee. We don't direct how the $150 billion is spent. We just allow the Armed Services Committee to spend that much if they choose. They decide what to spend it on. So this idea that there's somehow money in this resolution for Ukraine or any other specific purpose is not true. All we do is create a number for the committees to mark up to, and it's up to the committee as to what is in the $150 billion package. And to all the colleagues here, you'll eventually get to vote on that work product. And if you don't like it, you can vote no, and eventually that work product will have to be signed by the president. So that's the way the process works. But what we're doing today is jump-starting a process that will allow the Republican Party to meet President Trump's immigration agenda through the reconciliation process, and the Democrats used this very process to pass Obamacare and the Inflation Reduction Act. We're going to use it to secure our border. We're not going to grow the government just for the sense of growing the government. We're not going to create the Green New Deal. We're going to create border security transformational in nature. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to embark on a plan to jumpstart the most transformational border security bill in the history of the United States, because we need it yesterday. We've had 11 million people come to this country legally. Fentanyl kills 3,000 Americans every 2 weeks. It comes across that southern border. We're running out of detention space to hold people. Tom Homan, the border czar, came to the Republican Senate last week or 2 weeks ago and said that ICE is out of money. This resolution jumpstarts the process to get Tom Homan the money he needs to fill the promises we made, to build more detention beds so you don't have to let people go. Laken Riley's murderer was in detention and released because of lack of bed space, wound up killing the young lady. That should never happen again. When you're detained, we should hold you and process you according to law, not release you. We need more detention beds. We need to finish the wall. This $175 billion will be allocated by the committees in question, and it will allow President Trump to finish the wall, secure the border, and deport criminals. ICE is out of money. If you think it's a good idea to go after the criminal gangs that have come here over the years illegally, then you're right. To my Democratic colleagues, you should be working with us, not against us. Everybody should want to clean up the mess of the last 4 years. Everybody should want to go after criminal gangs. Everybody should want to secure the border because it's a national security nightmare. And nobody should want the dilemma of a nation having to let somebody go who could potentially be dangerous because you have no place to put them. This $175 billion will allow the most transformational border security bill in the history of the country at a time of great need. The $150 billion will be allocated by the Armed Services Committee. They'll decide what to spend it on, but there's a lot of modernization we need of our nuclear triad fleet. We need more weapons. Our stockpile is low. There's a bunch of things we can spend the $150 billion on, but we'll let the Armed Services Committee decide those priorities. When it comes to the border security $175 billion plan, the committees of jurisdiction will allocate that money, not this resolution. But without this resolution, we can't move forward. Why is this resolution important? Without this bill passing, Senate Concurrent Resolution 7, there is no hope of getting money for the border the way it needs to be done. Without this resolution passing tonight or early tomorrow, we're not going to get any money for the military without having to negotiate non-military spending increases. We don't have a lack of spending problem in our country. We have spent way too much on things that don't matter enough. Part of this process will be committees finding offsets, reducing spending. So we're telling the Armed Services Committee, spend $150 billion the way you see fit. We're telling 2 committees to spend $175 billion to secure our border, and we're telling 7 other committees, find savings inside your committee to offset the spending we're creating in this bill. I think they can do that. I think what DOGE is doing is good. This is a form of that. every committee that's been instructed to save at least $1 billion will be able finally to go into the committee itself, what they spend on, and reduce spending because we're directing them to. My hope is that the $342 billion we're going to spend to secure our border, help the military, enhance the Coast Guard, will be offset with $342 billion of cuts in other parts of the government. We can do it, but this resolution has to pass or we won't do it. I'm highly confident that the Republican chairman of the committees in question will deliver. I'm highly confident that we can find savings in the government to offset the spending we're creating. The Democratic Party used this process for the Green New Deal. They used this process for Obamacare. We're using this process to help our military, who needs help, to secure a border that's been broken, and enhance the Coast Guard. That's the difference. We're doing things that need to be done to make us safe. 3,000 Americans die every 2 weeks because fentanyl comes across the border. We're going to fix that. Since President Trump's been in office, border crossings have gone down by 90%. We want to reinforce its success. We want to finish that wall. We want to make sure we never release another person in this country because we don't have a bed. We're going to make sure that the criminal gangs keep leaving, not staying, because the ICE doesn't have enough money. Why are we doing this? Because Tom Homan and Mr. Voigt, the head of OMB, told us 2 weeks ago we're out of money to finish the job that President Trump started. To my House colleagues, I prefer one big, beautiful bill that makes the tax cuts permanent, that does the things we need to do on the border and with our military, and cuts spending. I wish you all the best. I prefer what you're doing to what we're doing, but we got to have a plan B if you can't get it done soon. What is the Senate doing? We've decided to front-end load security. We want to cut taxes. We want to make the tax cuts permanent. We're going to work with our House colleagues to do that. They expire at the end of the year, but we have time to do that. It is the view of the Republican Senate that when it comes to border security, we need not fail. We should have the money now to keep the momentum going. When it comes to the Republican Senate, we believe the military needs money now because the world's on fire. To my House colleagues, we will all get there together. If you can pass the one big, beautiful bill that makes the tax cuts permanent, not 4 or 5 years, then we'll all cheer over here. Nothing would please me more than Speaker Johnson being able to put together the bill that President Trump wants. I want that to happen, but I cannot sit on the sidelines and not have a plan B. This nation is under threat. The illegal immigrants who have come here by the millions need to be sent back by the millions. The border needs to be secured. The wall needs to be finished. We need more detention space. We need to upgrade our military capability now. The reason we're doing it now is because we were told ICE is out of money now. So I'm hoping that the House can deliver, but I am very confident that the Senate, early in the morning, Republicans, not one Democrat vote, will set in motion a process that will transform our border security to the most modern, aggressive border security plan in the history of the country, north and south, that will set in motion $175 billion of new spending to secure the border in a way that's never been achieved in the past. If this resolution fails, God help us all. If this resolution passes, help is on the way. If you believe that America needs to be serious about securing our border, this bill gets the job done. If you believe the military needs to be stronger, not weaker at a time of threat, this bill gets it done. If you believe the Coast Guard needs more capability to deal with drugs and national security threats, this bill delivers. This is a security bill. This is a bill that will combat fentanyl killing Americans. There are more Americans dying every 2 weeks from fentanyl than on 9/11. Hundreds of thousands of young Americans, young and old, but mostly young, have died from fentanyl poisoning coming across that southern border. We're going to go after those cartels. I'm confident that President Trump is the new sheriff in town that we need. But without resources, it won't work. Tom Holman came to us and begged us for money to continue the plan he's enacted to get gangs out of this country, to secure that border, to have more detention space. Tom, we heard you. We're going to meet your needs. So I'm excited about this debate. I'm excited about Republican-led committee chairman, finding ways to reduce spending to pay for this. This is a big deal, folks. The Republican Party is going to go all in on border security. We're going to upgrade our defense capability, and we're going to pay for it. Anybody at home ever had to pick between two things? You couldn't be everything, you couldn't have it all, that you had to spend because your child got sick or hurt, and you had to cut somewhere else because there wasn't enough money to do both. We're going to set priorities. If you have a sick child or something bad in your family happens, that goes first. That means you have to pinch somewhere else, except in Washington. Well, that model's over. We're going to start a new way of doing business. We're going to spend on things that need to be done and should be done by the federal government to keep us safe, and we're going to offset it by reducing spending in areas not as important. I'm excited about this process. I urge my colleagues to come down on both sides of the aisle and participate in this debate. This is what I was elected to do, I think. Make America safe and prosperous, and do it in a fiscally responsible way. The idea that we're going to actually offset spending is a great day. We're going to deliver. This is going to go into the night. Our Democratic colleagues are going to have a chance to offer a lot of amendments to our approach. And they will want this and they will want that. But what breaks my heart is they don't see the value in what we're trying to do. Every American should want more money into DHS to secure our border. Every American should want more capability in the hands of the military at a time of great threat. But we can't get there. We can't reach common ground on those issues. So we're going to use the process they used. They used the process to create Obamacare, the Green New Deal, the Inflation Reduction Act. We're going to use that very same process to make the cartel's life miserable, to go after criminal gangs, to finish the wall, upgrade the capability of the Coast Guard, and make our military the most lethal it's been since Ronald Reagan. And we're going to pay for it all. Huh?
They said to wait.
What? In a bit, not now, I've been told, I will read a script that starts the process to the senator from Ohio, the presiding officer. This is why you came. This is what you promised to do. I was on the campaign with you, and you looked your voters in the eye and said, we're going to do things differently. We're going to secure our border. We're going to stop the fentanyls from poisoning your kids, and we're going to be serious about fiscal responsibility. We're going to pay for all this. So, Mr. President, you have a chance here to do what you promised you would do. And all of us on this side of the aisle, people are counting on us. They're counting on this Republican majority to deal with the mess that's been created for the last 4 years. They're counting on this Republican majority to give the president the money he needs to do the job that he promised to do. And we're going to deliver. We're going to do it, and we're going to do it tonight. And if it's 5 o'clock in the morning, I don't care how long it takes, we're going to deliver. And we're going to pay for everything we do. So in a little bit, in a small period of time, around 5 o'clock, we're going to start this process. And this is a big deal, folks. This is just not business as usual in Washington. This is a different way of doing business. I yield.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we need to be focused on solving problems, and I think most of us here get that. No matter who the president is, our constituents expect us to work for them. They expect us to fight for them, and they expect us to do the hard work of passing laws to make their lives better. People don't send us here to make their lives worse, but that's exactly what Trump and Musk are doing. They are looking at our most pressing problems and making them worse. And this budget proposal will only add fuel to that fire. Right now, even as egg prices hit an all-time high, Trump and Musk have done nothing to lower prices. They've done nothing to address the housing crisis or help families get quality, affordable childcare or address other issues I hear about from folks all the time. Instead, they are slashing programs that help our families make ends meet. They are gutting an agency that saves working people money and protects them from scams, and starting trade wars that will impose what is effectively a Trump sales tax entirely on the backs of American workers. As China works to strengthen its global leadership, Trump and Musk have ceded the ground almost entirely, illegally, cutting off investments we make to continue our country's leadership and help our allies. At the most precarious moment for the Middle East in decades, Trump is casually proposing to ethnically cleanse Gaza so that Trump and his family can build waterfront property there. When it comes to helping our allies in Ukraine secure a just peace, Trump is giving away countless concessions to Putin out of the gate, calling our ally a dictator and meeting with Russia without inviting Ukraine. When it comes to the bird flu, Trump and Musk are firing the very workers who are responsible for tracking the disease and keeping it from spreading further. And now suddenly they are desperately trying to hire them back. And as Texas deals with a serious measles outbreak, Trump's health secretary can't even confirm the obvious and tell parents the vaccine doesn't cause autism, which, to be clear, it does not. And almost unbelievably, just weeks after the deadliest commercial plane crash in the U.S. in over 2 decades, Trump and Musk are firing FAA workers who make sure flying is safe. Who does that help? And now Trump is letting Musk run wild by inappropriately accessing and rifling through sensitive SSA and Treasury files, with IRS being next, your data. How does that make sense? But while President Trump is busy making problems worse and trampling our laws and quoting dictators, what are we doing here in the Senate? Are we holding President Trump accountable? Are we holding his co-president, Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, who has billions of dollars in conflicts of interest, accountable? Are we putting a stop to the catastrophic cuts and reckless firings that are hurting people and our communities and setting our country back decades? Seems to me that would be a good use of time. After all, I've even heard some Republicans admit that cutting things like medical research and firing people like our VA workers are bad ideas. So you would think maybe we could work together from that common ground. But instead, Republicans are throwing all their effort behind a partisan plan to slash and burn programs that help our families and raise costs for everyday Americans and shovel billions of dollars to help people who already have billions of dollars. Meanwhile, I would like to recommend to my colleagues, we are less than a month away from a deadline to pass bills to fund our government. And as we approach that deadline, the entire world is watching as President Trump and Elon Musk shut the government down bit by bit, whatever parts Elon doesn't like. Trump and Musk are already showing thousands of our essential workers the door, despite the fact that they have no clue what those workers do or why their jobs matter. They're just turning off the lights and hoping for the best. I am hearing so much alarm from back home, from fired workers and from the people who depend on them. Trump and his co-president are shuttering entire agencies. They are locking workers out of their devices and out of their buildings and demanding the work of the American people come to a screeching halt, again, for no good reason. And let me really drive home just how damaging and extreme these firings are, because we're not talking about some routine changing of the guard or some thoughtful or strategic plan. to make government more efficient, Trump and Musk are just taking a wrecking ball to the U.S. government. They don't care what they smash up, they don't care who they hurt, and they don't seem to have any idea just how painful this is for American families. We are talking about tens of thousands of people and counting being pushed out the door without any plan and without any justification beyond Trump and Elon just want to slash and cut with reckless abandon. This has nothing to do with making government more efficient. It's about breaking it beyond repair. Fundamentally, this is not about cutting waste or curbing fraud. Instead, this is about putting the federal workforce into trauma. That's what OMB Director Russ Vought callously put it. So they are mass firing hardworking women and men, many of them veterans, whose only mistake was serving our country, serving our communities, and believing. And setting aside the fact that many were illegally fired and without real cause, it's not just the workers who are suffering because of this. These cuts undermine essential services for the American people, right down to some of the most basic functions of government. Trump and Musk are firing people who help Americans find quality, affordable health insurance. People who help small businesses get a loan. People who help communities and families get back on their feet after a disaster. And people who help Americans get their tax refunds. They are firing people who help our economy stay competitive, from firings that undermine energy projects and thousands of good new jobs, to firings that undermine innovation and technology, to firings that are hurting our farmers and undermining agricultural research. They are laying off national park rangers, which will mean longer wait times, dirtier bathrooms, delayed emergency responses, and closed parks. They fired Forest Service workers who are crucial to preventing wildfires. And again, I have to emphasize they are firing FAA workers, for crying out loud, including personnel who work on radar and landing and other critical infrastructure that help our aircraft navigate safely. They are firing these people and pretending it's no big deal, all just weeks after, by the way, the deadliest crash our nation has seen in decades. Trump and Elon might not fly commercial, but the rest of us do. In the Pacific Northwest, the Bonneville Power Administration is losing hundreds of highly skilled workers, and that includes everyone from electricians, engineers, dispatchers, line workers, cybersecurity experts, and many more. These are literally the people who keep the lights on. And now they're being fired on a whim because Trump and Elon Musk do not have a clue about what they do and why it's important, and you know what? They don't care to learn. They don't even seem to understand, actually, that these positions are funded by ratepayers, by all of us who live in the Northwest. They are not from federal funding. Trump and Musk have even fired over 1,000 VA workers, including people who are doing life-saving research for our veterans, research to prevent veteran suicide, build life-changing prosthetics, address opioid addiction, and more. These layoffs will mean longer wait times for veterans to see their health care providers. It could mean ongoing clinical trials coming to a sudden stop. It means delays getting your disability claim approved, because Trump and Musk went ahead and fired clinicians and claims raters, even while today the current backlog of disability claims is over 250,000. That's not just a betrayal of these public workers, it is a betrayal of our women and men who have served us in uniform. And it's also worth noting, many of the workers being fired are veterans themselves. Trump is firing veterans. And let's not forget the thousands of NIH researchers who are having their research thrown into jeopardy. And the patients who are watching President Trump carelessly toss their best hope for a cure into the shredder. Or CMS experts. They're working on improving maternal health outcomes so fewer pregnant women die in this country. And medical research layoffs aren't the only ones putting American lives at risk, because Trump and Musk are firing public health workers who respond to disease outbreaks, cybersecurity experts who protect our critical infrastructure, sensitive systems and our data, scientists who make sure our water and our air are clean and that we are ready for extreme weather, workers that help our communities prepare for, respond to, and recover from disasters, not to mention members of law enforcement who help stop violent criminals, and of course, our nuclear engineers. Seriously, people who manage our nuclear weapons stockpile were being fired by the hundreds with no real strategy. And we know there isn't a strategy because then Trump and Musk frantically turned around and rehired many of them. And we also know they haven't learned their lesson because they just did the exact same thing to our workers who were responding to bird flu. Reckless layoffs followed by, wait, no, come back. That's not a plan. That is not a plan. To callously fire people who help us stay ahead of deadly diseases, maintain a safe, secure, and reliable nuclear weapons stockpile, that is the height of dangerous incompetence. And nuclear cleanup work has been hit as well. I've been fighting to get more resources for the Hanford cleanup in Washington State for years. It is already understaffed. And now Trump is actively making things worse. I have heard directly from workers at Hanford who've been laid off, even after some were recognized just this past year for their outstanding work. And by the way, that underscores another reality of these firings. They have absolutely nothing to do with merit. In fact, the way they are targeting new employees, including people who were recently promoted, so now these workers are getting fired from their newly earned jobs, literally pushing out some of our best performers and our most committed workers. And one more thing, they are even illegally firing the government watchdogs who provide accountability and prevent fraud. If Trump and Musk were really committed to tackling waste, fraud, and abuse, would they fire the very people serving in nonpartisan roles whose very job is to uncover and reduce waste, fraud, and abuse? If they were really interested in transparency, would they have torn down websites where the public can find information about agency spendings and policy? The list of pointless, actively dangerous firing goes on and on. It grows by the day, as does the fallout and alarm being caused by it. My phones have been ringing off the hook, and I know I am not the only one. Again, these sweeping layoffs do not address fraud or waste. They are totally arbitrary, pushing out high performers and the promising next generation of our federal workforce who won't be easily replaced. Not to mention the hiring freeze prevents them from even trying. And here's the thing that is so important to remember. These are people who have families. They work hard. They love their country. They're not being sent packing because they've done anything wrong or because their work is not important. They are being pushed out simply because Trump and Musk are trying to break the government, trying to make it not work for the people who need it. It is wrong, and if this doesn't stop now, it will be catastrophic. The scale and scope of Trump and Elon's purge will set our country back decades. It's not like you can fire anyone and say, oh wait, my bad, and rehire everyone with a snap of a finger. If you are a VA medical researcher working for less than you could make in the private sector, and you're fired by a billionaire who decides your research on cancer and burn pit exposure isn't worth the investment, would you want to come back? Especially with the chaos and sheer incompetence of this administration. The federal government is not Twitter. You can't just fire everyone and break things and hope for the best. People's lives are at stake. Elon Musk has no clue what nuclear safety engineers do at Hanford. He doesn't care that the Social Security Administration is already understaffed and that pushing more of those federal workers out the door will make life harder for our seniors. This effort to push out and arbitrarily fire federal workers is going to break something, worse than it already has, and it's going to break it irreparably. And when that happens, the blame will fall squarely on Trump and Musk and Republicans. And it's not just people being fired that is a serious problem. There are also still today funds frozen without rhyme or reason or legal authority for Trump to do that. So I'm not only worried about the fast approaching funding deadline in March, I am worried about the de facto government shutdown that is happening right now. As we speak, Trump and Musk are still illegally blocking hundreds of billions of dollars in funding we all secured for the people we represent back home, putting good-paying jobs on the chopping block, creating incredible uncertainty for businesses, stalling funds for our infrastructure and energy projects, and a lot more. And it's another week of Trump's illegally funding blockade has come and gone. Still, reports are coming in from across my state and across the country of the chaos and cuts this is causing. And yet, little to nothing has been done by this administration to restore investments in people in red and blue states that they're counting on. And Republicans here in Congress continue to sit by idly while our communities are robbed of hundreds of billions of dollars in bipartisan spending. Meanwhile, it's our workers, it's our families, it's our businesses that are feeling this consequence, which with each day that passes, the uncertain fate of these investments takes a toll of its own. Ever-growing anxiety for workers whose jobs are in jeopardy, for farmers who are eyeing the calendar and waiting on resources that they are owed, for business owners worried a ripped-up contract might put them under. I've heard USDA grants have been cut off to rural businesses and farmers in my home state of Washington, and it is putting those hardworking Americans in dire straits. A small laundromat ordered new machines, but now Trump is stiffing them on funds they need to make that payment. A wheat farmer installed solar panels under a federal program, but Trump is going to leave him holding the bag. A greenhouse has completed its end of the bargain to install upgrades. Trump has stopped the federal government from doing the part it promised. And there are so many other federal investments on hold as well. Forest Service funding to reduce wildfire risks and restore ecosystems. EPA funding for clean water infrastructure, cleanup work at our Superfund sites. HUD and Department of Energy investments to bring down folks' energy costs and create new good-paying jobs. Funding for our roads and bridges and transit and flood mapping and fisheries, so many other things. Medical research has also been completely upended at research institutions across our country, throwing life-saving research, clinical trials, and patients into uncertainty. Meanwhile, they have not only illegally blocked our foreign assistance and shuttered USAID programs that bolster our global leadership and make the world safer for Americans, they are now illegally dismantling the Department of Education. They've already bulldozed the independent research arm of the Department of Education. They're taking a wrecking ball to ongoing evidence-based research and basic collection data we need for accountability to improve student outcomes at our K-12 schools and colleges. And among the many contracts Trump canceled with his executive order was funding for a program that helps students with disabilities transition from high school to work and work to improve adoption of evidence-based literacy practices in Washington state. These billionaires have no idea what programs they are cutting. Given the chaos of all these efforts, from Trump's sweeping radical and illegal executive orders to Elon Musk jumping from agency to agency and doing seemingly whatever he pleases and whatever's good for his business, it's getting hard to even keep track of all the funding that is being illegally blocked. Even stuff they say is not blocked or say has been unblocked is still frozen. But one thing that is clear, that is hurting our families, is hurting our communities, and it needs to stop. Remember, Musk is the richest man on earth with deep business ties to China and a direct line to Putin. Republicans have chosen to stand by and twiddle their thumbs as he unilaterally, clandestinely, and illegally cuts our constituents off from the federal investments they are owed and badly need. We have zero insight or oversight of what conflicts of interest Musk has as he chokes off government funding left and right, and as he hands over our sensitive financial data and systems to patently unqualified individuals with no accountability. This multi-billionaire is operating completely in the dark, hoping his lies are loud enough to drown out any calls for truth or for transparency. You can agree or disagree about federal spending. Goodness knows, we have a lot of debates on it here. But it is a complete lie to try and say this is all fraud, waste, or conspiracy. As a longtime appropriator, I can tell you, we debate these bills publicly. We post the details out in the open. We pass them in a bipartisan way. Republicans overwhelmingly supported the individual bills we put together in committee last year, many unanimously. Spending is not a conspiracy just because Elon Musk doesn't know how to read a usaspending.gov. A program is not waste just because it doesn't help the richest man in the world. It's not fraud just because he doesn't like it. A law is not illegal just because he disagrees with it. This guy just does not know what he's talking about, and it is frankly embarrassing. He doesn't know how to count. The DOJ website says it is slashing $55 billion, but it only lists $16.6 billion, and half of that is a typo. They took 8 million with an M, as in Musk can't count, and counted it as 8 billion with a B, as in BS. That is not saving money, it is poor reading comprehension. Speaking of reading comprehension, I don't think Elon fully grasps what the concepts of transparency and accountability mean. When he tweeted out the names of government employees months ago, and again this month even, that was accountability. But when reporters name people gaining illegal access to Treasury's payment system, that is a crime. Elon Musk gets to look at all of our most sensitive data, but no one gets to look at what he is actually doing. That cannot be the standard. It is not maximally transparent for Elon Musk to decide for himself what he shares publicly about his actions. It is maximally concerning, especially given there are many obvious conflicts of interest, but Elon has not recused himself from a single decision. How is it not a conflict when the owner of SpaceX is gutting NASA while taxpayer funds to his company keep flowing? How is it not blatant corruption when the owner of Tesla is freezing grants and loans that benefit his competitors? How are we supposed to just trust him when he is probing agencies that have done or are doing right now investigations into his businesses? Trump fired the AG Inspector General who was investigating Elon's company, Neuralink, and then fired the FDA officials who were reviewing it. He fired the EPA Inspector General and Transportation Inspector General as they were looking at Tesla. He fired the Labor Inspector General as the department has several investigations into Musk's companies. And Trump fired the Defense Inspector General who was looking at SpaceX and notably Musk's connection to Putin. And it's not just Musk who is concerning. He has brought on an army of walking red flags to pry into our government's most sensitive data. How are Americans supposed to feel knowing someone who was previously fired for leaking sensitive information from their employer is digging through your most private financial data? How are Americans supposed to feel knowing someone who engaged with prominent white supremacists and misogynists online is helping to shut down USAID? How are they supposed to feel knowing someone who tweeted explicitly racist statements, someone who said they were, quote, racist before it was cool, was given control over incredibly important Treasury payments? What sort of any, if any, vetting is going on here? Are they trying to pick the least qualified, most concerning people? Hey, Elon, you are supposed to filter out red flags, not select for them. The American people deserve transparency. If Elon Musk really has nothing to hide, then he should leave his safe place on X and at Trump rallies and come before us at a congressional hearing to be held accountable to the public. What they are doing here is not just illegal. It is devastating for working people in every zip code in America, red and blue states alike. Right now, we need to be speaking out with a unified voice to ensure that when Congress passes a bill, the law is followed. And we need to focus on negotiating serious funding bills on a bipartisan basis ahead of the fast approaching March 14 deadline. That is exactly what I am trying to do right now. And a long-term CR should not be acceptable for anyone here. As I have reminded my colleagues many times now, there is a world of difference between a short-term CR that gives us additional time for good faith negotiations on our full-year funding bills and a long-term CR that would not only create major shortfalls for critical programs, but would also hand vast power over spending decisions to an administration that absolutely cannot and should not be trusted. Passing a clean full-year CR would, first of all, create major shortfalls and fail to adjust for new realities on the ground. It could mean that instead of babies getting fed through WIC, moms are getting put on a wait list for the first time in that program's history. And instead of families getting rental assistance, they get cut off. A clean full-year CR means veterans are not able to get the care they need and the benefits they have earned in a timely way. And it means our military falling behind, from forcing cuts across DoD to pausing promotions, station changes, and other really essential functions. It also means losing opportunities to provide resources for new challenges and to provide a check on Trump policies, including ones it is clear members on both sides of this aisle have issues with. And on that note, I want to emphasize, because this is really critical, unlike a short-term CR, a clean full-year CR means hundreds of specific funding directives from Congress fall away, effectively creating slush funds for this administration to adjust spending priorities and potentially eliminate longstanding programs as they see fit. That is a non-starter. With a full-year CR, Congress would be turning over our power of the purse to a president who's already shown he couldn't care less about the separation of powers. A year-long CR would be a green light for President Trump, Elon Musk, and Russell Vought to redirect funding to their own pet projects and slash and burn and zero out the programs we have supported from Congress that our families count on. Maybe they siphon money away from public schools. Maybe they slash federal work-study grants and financial aid. Maybe they zero out money for national parks or monuments they think are too woke, or what would that even mean? Maybe they scrap all of our oversight over immigration courts or end family reunification or dismantle the guardrails for detaining immigrants, something we are already seeing, by the way, with the use of Guantanamo Bay. They could cut funding to eliminate HIV, address maternal mortality, or increase vaccination rates. They could turn our constituents' priorities into slush funds. Clean energy investments could become a payday for fossil fuels. Money meant to stop fentanyl and opioids could fuel private prison operations and mass deportations. Congress must detail its spending priorities and direct President Trump to implement these programs faithfully by passing appropriations bills just as it does every year. There is truly no telling just how far they will go in bending our federal budget, from what our constituents need into whatever Trump and Musk want. If you don't think things could get worse, you are wrong. A clean, year-long CR is, frankly, an unacceptable outcome. We cannot tell our constituents that instead of using our authority to check a president, we give him the keys to the kingdom. We cannot say, instead of fighting to get you the resources you need, we'll let a billionaire have more say in where your tax dollar goes instead. So we need Republicans to get serious about these bipartisan funding bills. And we've got to know that once those bills become law, Trump will actually follow them. We cannot just reach an agreement, pass a bill, and then stand by while President Trump rips our laws in half. There is a serious bipartisan path forward for our country, but it is one where Congress works together to avoid a shutdown, stops the de facto shutdown that is already happening, and reasserts its authority to protect the funding our communities need. But unfortunately, that's a far cry from the path Republicans are going down with this pro-billionaire, anti-middle-class budget resolution that's on the floor. Let's be very clear. Republicans' budget resolution doesn't just accept, it actually doubles down on what Trump and Musk are doing. And it's not about balancing the budget. We all know that, because they don't plan to reverse one of the biggest drivers of the debt, Republican tax cuts. Despite all the bogeymen that Republicans like to point to as driving the national debt, the reality is that the single biggest driver of our national debt since 2001 has been Republican tax cuts. The Trump and Bush tax cuts have cost our nation over $10 trillion and counting. And you'll never guess what our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are focused on right now. Nothing to lower the cost of eggs. It's actually more Republican tax cuts. And no, they will not be paid for. And yes, they will blow up the national debt. While Elon Musk hacks and chops away his way through the government in the name of meager savings and Republicans are cheering him on, they're all hoping that we will ignore the elephant they brought into the room. Even as this budget is a roadmap for painful cuts to programs families count on each and every day, also they can give billionaires more tax cuts. Republicans are going down this partisan path because they know Democrats are not going to join them in throwing Medicaid, nutrition assistance, and veterans benefits into the wood chopper so they can throw more tax cuts at billionaires and the biggest corporations. Make no mistake, this budget resolution is the DOGE resolution, as it assumes the staggering amount of $1 trillion in unspecified cuts in 2025 alone and $9 trillion over 10 years. Where do we think those kinds of dramatic cuts are going to come from? It's going to come out of SNAP benefits that keep our kids from going hungry. It is going to come out of our public schools and community health centers. It is going to come out of life-saving medical research. It will mean costs going up for everyday Americans. It means child care costs going up when families lose access to Head Start and other quality, affordable options. It means heating and cooling costs going up when families get cut off from LIHEAP. It means rent going up as assistance programs get slashed. It means your health care costs go up as community health centers and family planning providers are forced to close their doors. It means grocery costs going up as programs like SNAP and WIC are gutted, not to mention what happens when you cut support for farmers and for ag research. And make no mistake, if you are cutting that deeply, that painfully, you are going to start cutting things like veterans' disability and education benefits. You're going to start cutting Medicare and Medicaid, which, for the information of all senators, 30 million children rely on. There is just no other way to make those numbers work, especially when we know that this is just step one in their plan. And step two, tax breaks for billionaires and massive corporations. So first they are handing Elon Musk a chainsaw to cut programs families rely on with no accountability. Then they are rewarding him with enormous tax breaks, and that is completely unacceptable. We should not be taking kids out of childcare to give billionaires a tax break. We should not be taking food off the family table to put more fuel into private jets. I grew up in a family that knew what it was like to fall on hard times. My dad, who was a veteran, got too sick to work. He had multiple sclerosis. My mom kept us afloat with my dad's VA benefits and food stamps and a new job that she got thanks to a federal workforce program. It wasn't easy. Mom always said they crawled to Social Security and Medicare, but she worked hard. And our government was there for them when those hard times came. I know there are families struggling right now, just like my family struggled then. I hear from them every day in the letters we get here in Washington, D.C., and in the conversations I have back home in Washington State. They work hard. They play by the rules. They deserve, at the very least, the same opportunity my parents had when I was growing up. And I'm not going to stand by silently while Republicans try to sell that opportunity away to pay for even more tax breaks for billionaires. I get why that sounds like a good idea to billionaires like Donald Trump. I get why it's a sweet deal for Elon Musk, the richest man in the world. It's great for them because they are not the ones footing the bill. The bill for these tax breaks, the cost of these cuts, is going to be paid by folks like my mom and dad. Every day, Americans will pay for billionaire tax breaks with their health care. They will pay for billionaire tax breaks with abandoned medical research. They will pay for billionaire tax breaks with shuttered family farms and small businesses. And Republicans can try and spin a fairy tale about how this will pay for itself or how this will work out for everyone and nobody cares about what will be affected. But the reality is going to show through pretty darn quick and pretty darn painfully, because spin is not going to put food on the table. It will not pay the rent, it won't fix the roads, it won't lower prices, it won't lower interest rates, and it won't put money in families' dwindling bank accounts. When it comes to the job we're all sent here to do, helping people and solving problems, families need real solutions, not tax breaks for billionaires and talking points for everyone who loses out. So, Mr. President, I'd urge all of my colleagues, hit the brakes. And not just on this devastating partisan budget resolution. Hit the brakes on what President Trump and Elon Musk are doing right now. Let's instead come together and work on serious bipartisan bills to fund the government. Let's get investments that are sorely needed out to the folks we represent. Let's pass legislation that gives folks a hand, instead of this Republican plan that gives billionaires a handout. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky.
I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Things are not as they appear to be. And in Washington, that's not unusual. In fact, that may be the norm, that in Washington, things are often not what they appear to be. If you follow the news, you've been seeing reports of Elon Musk and Doge and getting rid of waste and fraud and abuse by the billions, if not trillions of dollars. And yet we are meeting here today, though, because Congress, namely the Senate, wants to increase federal spending. So on the one hand, you have Elon Musk and Doge and the Democrats complaining to high heaven, he's cutting too much, they're cutting too much. And Senate Republicans are coming forward today to pass a budget to allow them to raise federal spending. What gives? Are Republicans for getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse and reducing the deficit, balancing the budget, as the president says? Or are they really for increasing spending $340 billion? The budget that we will vote on will allow increased spending in the military by $150 billion, Increased spending for the border, $175 billion, $20 billion for the Coast Guard. It adds up to about $340 billion. Well, if we were fiscally prudent, if we were fiscally conservative, why wouldn't we take the savings from Elon Musk and Doge and move it over here and help with the border? Why would we be doing a brand new bill to increase spending by $340 billion? That's because the Senate is acting as it always has. The Senate hasn't gotten the message. President Trump came to town, a new way of thinking. They're shuttering agencies, they're shutting people down, they're finding things like $2 million spent in Guatemala for sex changes, $3 million spent in Brazil for girl-centric climate change, $4.8 million spent in Ukraine for social media influencers. While you're at it, we spent, not we, but the people who vote for this, I've voted against all of this, but the members of the Senate who voted for this spent several $100,000 sending designers in Ukraine to the fashion show in Paris. It goes on and on. Thousands of dollars for a trans opera in Colombia, more thousands of dollars for a trans comic book in Peru, hundreds of thousands of dollars spent studying rats to see if lonely rats use more cocaine than well-socialized rats. Guess what? Lonely rats love the cocaine. You spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of your money on this craziness. Why not take that crazy spending that Doge and Elon Musk are finding and move it over to securing the border? Instead, fiscal conservatives are faced with a bill they're putting forward to just simply increase the spending. I'm all for moving it around. I'm all for saving it from the craziness and pushing it over into something more valuable. There is a procedure for doing this. It's a special procedure, doesn't require any Democrat vote. It can happen through simple majority, and it has a fancy name. It's called rescission. So all the administration would have to do is bundle together several $100 billion of savings, which it appears they're finding, bundle it together in one bill, send it back to us, and by simple majority, without any help from the Democrats, Republicans could cut spending. Instead, things aren't what they appear to be. You see all this great work being done to cut spending, to cut waste, fraud, and abuse, and then you see the Senate acting. We're going to vote all night long to set up a bill to increase spending by $340 billion. There is a true philosophical debate within the Republican Party and really within both parties about what the biggest threats to our country are. Are the gravest threats to America from within or from without? I would argue that they're from within. I don't lay awake at night fearing foreign invasion, that invaders are coming to our shores any moment. Doesn't mean we shouldn't be prepared, that we shouldn't defend ourselves, but it does mean that we don't have to have unlimited spending on our military. Look, many of my family have served, soldiers have to be paid, and we should take care of them. But at the same time, we shouldn't be everywhere around the world all the time. We spent close to $300 billion in Ukraine. We got soldiers all over Africa. We got soldiers in Syria. We got soldiers everywhere. We don't need to be doing that. If you want to put our military money and spending in perspective, we spend more than the next 9 countries combined. It's not that we're spending too little, we're spending a lot. But if you decide that you want more money for the military, take it from the climate change, the girl-centric climate change in Brazil. Quit spending your money overseas. Over the years, we've given Egypt nearly $60 billion. Who runs Egypt? A general, where there are no elections, kind of like Ukraine, where there's a president, but he doesn't have to run for re-election because he's canceled the elections. Why in the world will we be giving money hand over fist to dictators and people who don't stand for election? In Egypt, we gave it to one family, the Mubarak family. When he was finally ousted from power, he had $20 billion on him. Well, it actually wasn't all on him. A lot of it was in Swiss banks and all over the place, but he was worth $20 billion. And that's nothing. Each of his kids were worth another $5 billion. So he basically was able to steal $30 billion of the $60 billion that American taxpayers sent to Egypt. That's foreign aid. That's a story of your foreign aid, is you've been being ripped off decade after decade. But while Elon Musk and Doge are doing their job, working overtime till late at night, finding us those savings from foreign aid, send them back. We spend $40 billion in foreign aid. You could send $30 billion back, and America would be safer and stronger, and you could put the $30 billion towards either to the military or to the border, your choice. There's money like that can be saved and moved around, but it's going to have to come back. Ultimately, all the talk of the savings is ephemeral. It isn't real until Congress has the courage to vote on it. It has to be certified by a vote. If Congress doesn't vote, it sort of wishes and washes around in the ether, and it may or may not wind up being savings. Ultimately, Congress is going to have to do their job. But what we're doing today, the vote on the budget is not doing our job. What we're doing today, which will be a Republican-led effort, minus me, will be an effort to tee up a bill to increase federal spending. I would say let's take the savings that we're finding, move that over to any accounts, do it through a vote of Congress, do it through a simple majority. It can actually be done even without the budgetary process. A rescission package can be sent back without even going through the whole budget problem. What we are faced with, though, is come the end of the year, we're halfway through the year. So we're voting on a budget today that is really somewhat of a fiction because the year's already half over. We know what's being spent. We know in the end we're going to spend a little over $7 trillion this year. The problem is we're going to bring in about $5 trillion, and we're going to spend about $7 trillion. We're $2 trillion short. They're getting ready within weeks to add a couple $100 billion for California. Now look, it's appropriate to have sympathy for people in their plight, but it is not good for the country simply to borrow money to send it to anyone. We should be, if we're going to help people in need, we should be taking that money from the taxes that come in. We shouldn't be borrowing it from China and sending it to California. No matter how noble the purpose it is, we should be spending what comes in. We should not be borrowing a penny. But come the end of the year, we're going to be over $2 trillion in increased debt for 1 year. What's our total? Our total is going to be over 37, maybe 38 trillion by the end of the year. Interest? The largest item in our budget is now interest. About $1 trillion in interest every year. One estimate is over the next 10 years, it'll be like $14 trillion in interest. Now, interest doesn't buy anything. Interest isn't feeding anybody. Interest isn't putting out fires in California. Interest is simply wasted because of the profligate ways of both parties. People voted for a change. They said, we're going to get a change. They like what Donald Trump is doing. They like what Doge is doing. They like what Elon is doing. And yet here we are. The Republicans are acting like the Democrats. They're going to vote to increase spending by $342 billion. It's all going to be borrowed. Now you could say, well, as some will say, we're going to cut spending to equalize the money we're going to spend here. But none of that is listed in the budget. Now the House has a budget. The House Republicans have passed a different budget. And in their budget, they list $1.5 trillion worth of savings. They have to get to this. They cannot do their special simple majority vote, the reconciliation vote, unless they find $1.5 trillion. In the Senate bill, there's $4 billion. Now they will say that's just a floor. We're gonna find more than that. But all they would promise was the 4. In the House, they realized that's not really believable. That's not really comforting. So the House said, no, we're doing $1.5 trillion. So as this debate unfolds over the next 10, 12, 15 hours, we'll be here for a long time. You know, get your popcorn, turn your C-SPAN on. But as this unfolds, I will offer an amendment, and my amendment will say, let's alter the budget to not only say we're going to increase spending by $340 billion, my amendment will say we should cut spending to pay for it by $1.5 trillion. Ideally, we'd do this simply by bringing a rescission package of the savings that Elon and Doge is finding. But it would work this way as well to at least show that we are serious about this. Because I've seen this happen again and again. And I know what the story is going to turn out. I know that come September, which is the end of our fiscal year, we're about halfway through it. As we get to the end of the fiscal year, Republicans are going to be going, oh, I got to go home and explain to people that the deficit is $2.2 trillion, one of the worst years ever. And I got to explain to people, Republicans are in charge, we're taking care of it now. When it looks like the problem's getting worse. We have to immediately start cutting spending. Every Republican needs to be voting to cut spending. There is a way to do it. It's called a rescission package. If you continue to borrow, though, if you think I'm going to be nice to everyone and give everyone money, you can do it, but the borrowing is going to crowd out everything because we've made many, many promises. We have promised people Medicare. We've promised people Medicaid. We've promised people Social Security. We've promised people food stamps. Oh, guess what? That's equal to all of our tax revenue. Those four promises, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, Social Security, that equals all of our tax revenue. We don't even vote on those programs. The programs that we vote on, that is the budget, that is military and non-military, is a third of the spending. It's all borrowed now. Essentially, our debt equals our budget. Everything we vote to spend in the budget is borrowed. So things are out of whack. You can't help everyone and be everything to everybody. A way to look at this is, let's say you make $25,000 a year, and all of your money goes to your rent and your food and taking care of your family. You've got nothing left over. You are working poor. And you walk by somebody on the side of the street and they are homeless, and you feel sorry for them. Would you immediately go to a bank and borrow $1,000 and give it to a homeless person? No, you wouldn't, because that would make no sense whatsoever. That's what we are doing. We look around the world and we see homeless people. We look around the world and we see hungry people. So we just simply go to China, the bank, and we borrow money from China, and then we send it to Africa. Well, you know what? If you send your own money, it's charity. If you send your own money, it's noble. If you send somebody else's money or you borrow the money and you make the country go further in debt and you put us more in peril, that's not charity. That's what's destroying our country. That's what's eating us up from the inside out. The gravest threat to America is from within, not from without. What happens when the currency unravels? What happens when the value of the dollar doesn't lose 5% in a year, but loses 5% in a week? That's what happens in the end stages of a currency being destroyed. People say it'll never happen to America. Can't happen to America. We're the strongest dollar. We're the reserve currency of the world. Can't happen here. It can and has happened to great nations. It's happened to great civilizations that have lost their currency, that have destroyed their currency. Does it always unravel gradually enough that you can fix it? No, sometimes it unravels in the space of weeks. When the German money lost its value in the early 1920s, after the First War, in September, it took like 100 marks to buy a loaf of bread. 2 weeks later, mid-September, it was 1,000 marks. At the end of September, it was 1 million. Middle of October, it was 10 million. The currency, if you look at the currency and what it would buy in a 2-month period, was completely destroyed in a 2-month period. The pictures from the history books will show people putting the German mark into wheelbarrows, wheeling it up to fires to burn for warmth. It was worth more as fuel than it was to buy things. The workers were demanding they be paid more than once a day because you had to go out and get your pay at noon and spend it then because it was worth half as much by the end of the day. That's what it looks like when a country destroys its currency. How do you destroy your currency? How does inflation occur? If you watch television, you see these people who are either dishonest or would fail basic economics. They're like, well, inflation's transitory and, we're not sure what it's from, but maybe it could be, greedy people owning grocery stores causes inflation. No, inflation is an economic fact. It comes from borrowing money, and the Federal Reserve prints up money to buy the borrowed money. Treasury loan, we get behind on our payments. We spend more than comes in, so we have to borrow money. The Fed buys our Treasury bills. But the Fed doesn't have any money. The Fed creates that money. That's what inflation is. And so much of it gets passed on to government. So everybody knows in the last 3 or 4 years, and part of the election was over the inflation of the Biden administration. Prices were up over about a 20% period over 3 or 4 years. But in order to keep up with that, we've built in inflation protection to most of our government programs. So Social Security has cost of living increases. So they keep up with the inflation or try to keep up with inflation. And as they do, the programs just get larger and larger and larger, and we get more and more behind the 8 ball. That's what's happening. But it's coming to a head. Social Security runs out of money in 2033. When it runs out of money, everybody gets 20 to 25% less in Social Security. What do you think is going to happen in our country when the poorest among us who live only on Social Security, when they lose the value of their check and they lose 25% of their check? What do you think is going to happen in this country? And nobody's preparing for it. Nobody's doing anything to reform Social Security, reform Medicare, reform Medicaid. People are just petrified of everything. What is so horrible and so hard to say that people are able-bodied ought to work? I think everyone should work. I think everyone who is able-bodied should work, not as punishment, but as reward. We should have a work requirement on every check that goes out. Everybody should work. I mean, it's how you get your self-esteem. You can't give people self-esteem. You can't say, here, Johnny, here's a trophy. We know you can't spell or add, but here's a trophy for being a mathlete. No, you have to earn your self-esteem. You earn it through work. Just adding work to Medicaid and saying, you want free health insurance from the government? Adding a work requirement saves $100 billion. Having the states pay more for Medicaid. Why do I want the states to pay more for Medicaid? Because they don't have a printing press. Why are the decisions of this body so awful? Because there's a printing press. I had a conversation with one of my Democrat colleagues, and I said, we have to make a choice. You've got to decide whether you want to help the poor in our country or want to help the poor in Ukraine or help whoever you're paying in Ukraine. And he says, we shouldn't have to make a choice. Well, it's like, you do have to make a choice. The fact that you think you don't have to make a choice is why we're $36 trillion in the hole. You have to make choices. Which comes first, Ukraine or America? You can't do both because we don't have enough money. We only have enough taxes coming in to pay for Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and food stamps. Everything else is borrowed. So maybe able-bodied people need to go back to work. Maybe there needs to be a work requirement. Maybe, for goodness sakes, food stamps shouldn't buy sugar drinks, chips, ding-dongs, and Twinkies. Could we not reform our system such that we try to cure the obesity plague in our country by cutting back what the government buys as far as food? But today the opposite will happen. Things aren't what they appear to be. Things are never in Congress really what they seem to be. We will pass a bill ostensibly by the conservative majority, but the purpose of this bill is to spend $340 billion in new spending. Instead, what we should be doing is taking the savings from waste, fraud, and abuse that DOJ and Elon are finding. We should take those savings and use it to spend for things that people think are of higher priority, such as the border and or the military. But I will oppose this budget because I'm not for spending more money. I will oppose this budget because I want to have nothing to do with a $2.2 trillion deficit. At the end of the year, those who vote for this budget and those who vote for the new spending will have to explain to people at home, how about that $2.2 trillion deficit? How did that happen under a Republican watch? And until someone is brave enough to say no, it's going to go on, and there is a danger. If we don't stop it, we're going to destroy the country. So, Mr. President, I will offer an amendment later on to cut spending, to actually put teeth into this budget resolution, to cut real spending, to balance our budget, and to do and complete the promises that the President had in the campaign. With that, I yield back my time.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
No, we're not.
Good. Then I ask unanimous consent to enter into a colloquy with my colleague from North Carolina, Senator Tillis.
Without objection.
Thank you. I'm pleased to come to the floor today with my friend and colleague, Senator Tillis. He and I have co-chaired the Senate NATO Observer Group. We've traveled together on a number of occasions, and we just came back on Tuesday from a very brief trip to Ukraine. We were joined by Senator Bennett, who was not able to join us right now. But I think it's important for us to come to the floor and to talk about what we saw and what we heard in Ukraine. It was incredibly powerful to travel to Ukraine, to see firsthand the situation on the ground there. And we visited a number of places during the day. We met with residents in downtown Kyiv who had lost their homes in the January 1st missile attack there, an attack that landed only about 2 blocks from the presidential palace. While we were there actually meeting with the folks who had lost their homes, the air raid sirens went off, which is a pretty usual occurrence, apparently in Kyiv. Fortunately, it was not aimed at us in downtown Kyiv, but another outlying community. But it was a warning of more incoming Russian missiles. And I've seen the reports in the last couple of days that say that Vladimir Putin wants peace, but I have to say I'm skeptical. Because if he really wants peace, nothing is stopping him from calling off those missile and drone attacks that are not targeting just Ukraine's military, but that are targeting civilians throughout the country. They're damaging power stations that Ukrainians depend on for electricity for daily life. And in fact, we visited one of those power stations. This is us. You can see it was a very cold day. You can't see the power station background, but it was a unique design that had been done by the Ukrainians in a very short period of time with help from the United States to protect that site from Russian attacks. And in fact, they had just had, in late December, a missile that hit the side of the transfer station in ways that if they had not had the reinforcements, it would have taken down that station. But what's interesting is that not only have they figured out the design on the station, but they had what they call a mobile firing team that is 2 machine guns. You can just barely see one of them on the truck, and a radar, which is down here, sort of out of sight. Again, done with US dollars. And they were able to protect that transfer station and have those mobile firing teams at a number of sites around the country to protect their electricity grid. Because what we know and what we heard is that the Russians are trying to shut down their power grid because they want to freeze out the Ukrainians in this war. We also visited a children's hospital that was bombed in July. We visited with 2 teenagers, one young woman who was 16 who not only lost her mother in a Russian attack, but she'd lost her ability to walk. I think she'd had, Senator Tillis, about 16 operations at the point that we saw her, and they were pleased that they thought she was going to actually be able to walk again, thanks to the great care she got at the Amati Children's Hospital that the Russians bombed, deliberately targeted in July. But like so many Ukrainians, the young woman we met with hasn't given up. Her father sat by her side, surgery after surgery, and despite the odds, she is learning to walk again. She reflects, I think, the resilience, the perseverance that we witnessed every place we went, in every meeting that we had. Despite Russia's advantages in size and manpower, Ukrainians have not and will not give up. And we should not give up on them either. Ukrainians have developed robotic mobile firing teams, as I said. They have been able to make incredible innovations to fix damaged battlefield equipment. We had a chance on our way into Ukraine to go through Poland, where they are moving equipment into Ukraine, and where we saw the center where they have a group chat with people on the front lines to help them with instructions on how to fix the equipment in real time as it gets damaged. This not only saves time and money for the Ukrainians, but for us, it's an incredible learning opportunity for us as we think about what we need to do to support our own military. So the Ukrainians are sharing their battlefield innovations and insights. It makes the United States stronger, and it shows how much of the assistance we've given to Ukraine is actually going to benefit us here in America. When the assistance was frozen in January, it had a major impact on the ground. We spoke to NGOs in Poland, people who are supporting Ukrainian refugees in that country. And as one of them was preparing to give us a presentation, he stopped. He turned to us and he said, "I can't give this presentation and act like everything is normal." I thought he was one of the most impactful people we heard from. I don't know if you felt that way too, Senator Tillis. But he said that on January 24th, the U.S. Embassy told me to stop all work. He said I had to fire single Ukrainian mothers who escaped the war and now have no jobs and no way to feed their children. He had to stop psychosocial support services for those who are traumatized by the war. One girl they had been treating for self-harm is gone, and he doesn't know if she's alive or not. He was worried she might take her own life. Along with the stop work orders, the NGOs were told to remove all American flags. Think of that. American flags are coming down in Poland, one of the most pro-American countries that we can have. The people that we spoke to said that their trust has been broken. The decades of investments in these alliances that we've made were gone with just one phone call. Now, I understand that people are tired of this war, but if we think giving Russia or China free rein won't affect us here in the United States, we are wrong. The Russians are thrilled. Vladimir Putin has to be loving this. He's always wanted to undermine NATO. Peace for our time is what Chamberlain said when he signed the pact with Hitler. Appeasement doesn't work with dictators. When Vladimir Putin gets what he wants, it puts Americans in danger. We understand this. Putin can't be trusted. That's a realistic assessment of the battlefield. One Ukrainian woman who lost her husband and son in the fighting told us she would support ceasefire negotiations, but with security guarantees for Ukraine. Simply freezing the front line won't do anything, she warned, because in a few years, Russia will invade again. And she's right. Putin invaded Crimea in 2014. He invaded Ukraine again in 2022. There must be a guarantee that Russia won't attack again in a couple of years. I believe NATO membership for Ukraine needs to be on the table. This is not only going to protect Ukraine from future attacks, it will put Ukraine in the best possible negotiating position. Putin wants Ukrainians to be afraid. We saw that when we visited Bucha. Some of people may remember this was a suburb of Kyiv. It was under siege for 33 days, held by the Russians. We talked to the mayor, to the priest of the church. We saw the mass graves where people were buried, the 500-plus people civilians who were killed in Bucha. They were killed just going about their daily lives. This is the picture of the body of one of those civilians killed. And you know how they identified her? It was her manicurist. She identified her by the manicure. We met with the investigators who showed us the picture of the Russian commander who gave the order to kill the civilians. He did it because he wanted to frighten the population. We can't. Vladimir Putin is responsible for this. He's responsible for the bodies in Bucha and for thousands across Ukraine. And he's got to be held accountable. We cannot let him get away with this. So I want to end by underlining an important point. There is bipartisan support for Ukraine in Congress. I believe we will continue to support funding, and that if we had another supplemental bill that came to the floor, it would pass with Republican votes, because Americans like Senator Tillis and I, and Senator Bennett, who went with us, we have been impressed by the Ukrainians' courage, by their resilience, by their willingness to defend their freedoms and our freedoms. They've kept their economy and their people going throughout this horrible war. But by June, Ukraine is going to start running out of what they need. That's why we need to use the nearly $300 billion of Russian-seized assets to help Ukraine rebuild. That's why I've called on Secretary Rubio to prioritize the waivers for unfreezing aid to Ukraine. Thousands of Ukrainians have given their lives in the fight for a sovereign Ukraine. They've been on the front lines for all of us defending democracy. To abandon them now would not only be a gift to Putin, it would endanger our allies and the security of the United States. I yield the floor to my colleague, Senator Tillis.
I want to thank Senator Shaheen for actually a long-term friendship and vision that she had back in 2018 when she came to me and wanted to reconstitute the Senate NATO Observer Group. It could not have been a better time for us to pay more attention to this very important alliance. But it's also right now today, 4 days away from the 3-year anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine, very important to talk about the nature of Vladimir Putin and the tactics that they use to terrorize populations. President Putin in October, prior to the invasion in February, said that he was sending troops to an area to do a training exercise. While we were getting intelligence that it looked like more than that, he was already lying to the world by saying, we're just going to train up our soldiers a little bit more. And then after the first part of the year, going into January, he said, well, we're doing the training exercise. It just coincidentally happens to be along the Ukrainian border, but it's just a training exercise. And then he creates any number of pretexts to then talk about how provocative Ukraine is, operating a democracy within their borders, and he creates the pretext for a special military operation, invading Ukraine, trying to finish what he started when he invaded Crimea back in 2014. Vladimir Putin is a liar, a murderer, and responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians. And that's bad by itself. But you know what's worse? Is when you employ tactics that intentionally terrorize a population. Now, Senator Shaheen talked about the power grid. I was in that meeting. She was talking about, let's talk about systematically how this mind works, the mind of Vladimir Putin, the leadership of Russia. It's very cold in Ukraine, very, very cold in the wintertime. And they have tried to systematically deny them heat over the winter to freeze them out. They've had to spend millions of dollars hardening substations just to prevent families, hospitals, critical businesses, first responders from having power. That's how this man thinks. But that's not bad enough. Shortly after they invaded Ukraine and they got the surprise of their life that the Ukrainian people were willing to fight and die for their country, and they've done it in a way that Putin could not have possibly imagined. Putin should be embarrassed. A so-called world power got repulsed by what now is the largest army in Europe, standing army. It wasn't when the invasion occurred. And just with our help through materials, they've held off Russia for 3 years. Putin probably understood at some point that he wasn't going to be able to win it through conventional tactics, so what does he go to? Terrorist tactics, the same sort of tactics he uses in Africa with mercenaries, terrorizing populations, indiscriminately killing people. That is what Vladimir Putin does every single day, 24/7, 365 around the globe. But now let's get back to Ukraine. He decides to allow, under orders, Russian military to go into a community of about 200,000 people. That's roughly the size of the community I live in, North Carolina, just north of Charlotte. Imagine what they're doing. They are going through the city and indiscriminately, when somebody walks past them, shooting them. Sometimes with .50 caliber weapons and tank armor, murdering them, stacking them up in mass graves. I went to this site. I saw it firsthand. This is how he's trying to win the war, because he can't win the hearts and minds of the Ukrainian people. He's destroyed the hopes and dreams of anybody that's lived in the Soviet era. And he wants that to reemerge. And he's willing to do anything, including terrorizing innocent civilians, to break their will. But thank God the Ukrainian people are the brave people that they are, because this hardened them. This made them go onto a battlefield and live in trenches 24 hours a day, repulsing the Russian invasion. There is no moral person on this planet who can consider Putin to have a legitimate reason to effect this sort of carnage. And I saw it firsthand. And I will never be able to forget it. And what the American people and the world population will never be able to forget either is the aftermath of appeasing Vladimir Putin. Ladies and gentlemen, China is already helping Russia. North Korea has sent thousands of troops, and North Korea don't really care about life. They've allowed 4,000 to 5,000 of their soldiers die on the battlefield within 6 weeks of getting on the ground. They are throwing body after body after body, trying to kill and break the will of the Ukrainian people. And it's just unacceptable. So look, I'm a Republican. I support President Trump, and I believe that most of his policies on national security are right. I believe his instincts are pretty good. But what I'm telling you, whoever believes that there is any space for Vladimir Putin in the future of a stable globe better go to Ukraine, they better go to Europe, they better invest the time to understand that this man is a cancer and the greatest threat to democracy in my lifetime. And it will be a cancer that spreads into the South China Sea, into Taiwan, and metastasizes across the globe. So, ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you that Vladimir Putin is a liar, a murderer, and a man responsible for ordering the systematic torture, kidnapping, and rape of innocent civilians, believe me, because the evidence is mile high. So, for those of us who have invested the time to understand this, believe me when I tell you this is important to every single one of you. If you believe that Ukraine is a country an ocean away and not relevant to our national security, think again. The world is small. The world is watching. The strength of our alliances are on the line, and the future of democracy in the world is on the line if we do anything less than defeat Vladimir Putin. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we are debating the narrow Senate fiscal year 2025 budget resolution that fulfills promises to secure America's borders, our national defense, and unleash our energy potential and finally start to get our fiscal house in order. In the near future, I expect us to move forward with a budget resolution that allows us to prevent more than a $4 trillion tax hike on American households, the largest tax hike in the history of America. That will be felt by virtually every American if tax cuts expire at the end of this year. Because the other side has filed a litany of tax amendments that rehash various false narratives, and each side will only have 1 minute to debate, I'm going to spend a little time right now explaining why we can't afford a $4 trillion plus tax increase, the positive impact that the Trump tax cuts had on the economy, and some of the key provisions that expire at the end of the year. At the end of this year, many key provisions of President Trump's 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act are set to expire, triggering an over $4 trillion tax hike on American families and businesses. While taxes will increase on Americans of all income levels, the majority of this tax hike, about $2.6 trillion of it, will fall on those making less than $400,000 per year. An average family of four making about $80,000 a year will see a $1,700 tax hike in 2026. Another $600 billion plus will hit millions of small business owners who could see federal tax rates skyrocket up to 43.4%. Tens of millions of families will see their child tax credit cut in half from $2,000 to $1,000. The list goes on. But first I'll talk about what the Trump tax cuts actually did and why failing to extend key provisions would be economically devastating for millions of hardworking taxpayers. So what did the Trump tax cuts do? There's been a lot of talk recently about how extending these tax cuts are for billionaires and corporations, but the facts actually show otherwise. The 2017 tax bill increased the take-home pay and powered a growing economy. Individuals across all income brackets received a tax cut, not just, as opponents suggest, for the uber wealthy. In fact, the Trump tax cuts made the tax code more progressive, meaning the highest income earners now pay a greater share of all income taxes than they did before 2017. The majority of benefits accrued to the working middle-class families of America. Between the bill's passage in 2017 and 2021, the bottom 50% of earners received the largest reduction in average tax rates at 17.3%. In addition to lowering tax rates across the board, the Trump tax cuts doubled the standard deduction and the child tax credit and provided tax relief to America's entrepreneurs and small businesses. The effect of pro-growth tax reform was immediate. Not only did taxpayers get to keep more of their hard-earned money, but a growing economy helped a median household income reach all-time highs. The labor market improved. Workers saw wage growth, and the unemployment rate fell dramatically to 3.5%, the lowest in 50 years. And the lowest income workers experienced the largest wage growth. Corporate inversions became a thing of the past, and America became the place to do business. All Americans reap the benefits of a booming economy. Extending this current tax, proven policy, and building on it is the best way to restore economic prosperity and opportunity for working families, many of whom are still struggling to recover from the historic inflation of the last 4 years. As American families contend with increasing costs of everyday living, the last thing they need is another massive tax hike on top of that inflation. Failure is simply not an option. What happens if the Trump tax cuts expire? As I've said, if we do not extend these tax policies, Americans will be hit with an over $4 trillion tax increase. More than $2.6 trillion of that tax increase will fall on households earning less than $400,000 per year. An average family of 4 making $80,000 will be saddled with a $1,700 tax increase. This is the equivalent of 6 to 8 weeks' worth of groceries for a family of 4. Tens of millions of families will see their child tax credit cut in half to $1,000. And 90% of taxpayers would see their standard deduction cut in half. Owners of over 20 million small businesses will face a massive tax hike, with taxes up to 43.4%. 7 million taxpayers will be impacted by the alternative minimum tax, up from just 200,000 taxpayers currently. Many more small businesses and farms will have their death tax exemption cut in half. The National Association of Manufacturers recently highlighted that if we allow the Trump tax cuts to expire, 6 million jobs will be at risk. $540 billion in employee compensation will be lost, and U.S. gross domestic product will be reduced by $1.1 trillion. Bottom line, while we aren't considering tax policy as a part of this reconciliation package, it's important to set the record straight at what's at stake in the upcoming tax debate. The stakes couldn't be higher. You're going to hear tonight dozens and dozens of tax amendments being brought. We're going to respond to each of those by explaining that that debate is not this amendment. This budget that we are debating today is on the border, on our national defense, and on increasing our oil and gas production to strengthen our economy. That's why the Senate and House Republicans are working together to act as quickly as possible to make these tax cuts permanent, but that will be in the next step, and prevent a massive tax hike to provide certainty and relief to families and businesses across this nation. Thank you, Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. The news is coming so hard and fast these days that it's hard to sort it all out. Every day seems to be something new that captures our attention, our concern, our interest. And what I'd like to do today is try to put some of it in perspective and what's going on in our governing of this country. I don't believe what I'm going to be talking about today is partisan. It should not be partisan, because what I'm really talking about is competent government and constitutional government. Really two categories: competent government and constitutional government. That should not be a controversial issue. Neither of those are something that we should be arguing about. It's what we have a responsibility to carry through in terms of our jobs here in the U.S. Senate. So the two categories I want to talk about, my headings are thoughtless and dangerous. First, I want to talk about thoughtless. The hiring freeze. A hiring freeze can be an effective tool if it's used thoughtfully and systematically, but to do it across the board without a process for exceptions that's built into it, you end up with all kinds of unintended and negative consequences. Firefighters, parks, losses elsewhere by attrition. There should be a systematic exemption process. Now it's haphazard and random. Park seasonal employees first were under the hiring freeze. Now they're not. It's sort of like, oh, never mind. We're going to be okay with park seasonal employees. VA frontline health workers were first subject to the hiring freeze. Then people said, oh, well, no, we didn't mean doctors and nurses, so that's okay, you can hire them. My point is, it's not a rational process. It's ready, fire, aim. Literally, ready, fire, aim is what we're talking about, and people aren't doing this in a thoughtful and systematic way. And by the way, the difference between frontline deliverers of care at the VA and the people who answer the phone, who were categorized as bureaucrats, I don't think there's a stark difference there. If you're a veteran and are seeking care and an appointment at a VA health facility and nobody answers the phone, that's a denial of benefits. That's a denial of benefits, just as if they close the door in your face. And that's what we're talking about, is weakening the systems that are serving our public. So the hiring freeze, it's possible to do a hiring freeze. When I was governor of Maine, I instituted a hiring freeze, but we did it in a systematic and thoughtful way. We had a process for dealing with exemptions, and without destroying the morale and throwing the entire operation of government into chaos. And by the way, why do we have the government? To serve the people. To serve the people. So let's talk about the next step, the firings. The famous fork in the road letter is a perfect example of a thoughtless way to approach a problem. The letter went to everybody. The letter wasn't selective. It went to everybody, all civilians in the CIA, in the National Security Agency, in the Defense Department, also, of course, all the other civilian agencies. So, but it wasn't targeted in any way. It was, if you want to leave federal service, we'll pay you through September. But it hit everybody. Again, it's not a rational or thoughtful way to trim the federal workforce. You should be talking about where are we over, do we have too many people? Do we have overstock in terms of public servants? And where do we need more, for example? But instead, it went to everybody. By definition, that's not a rational process. Firing, let me just put this in perspective, by the way. On the fork in the road letter, the estimate as of today is 75,000 people have taken that option and left. And I suppose the people who are behind this think that's a great victory. The dollars saved to the Treasury from those 75,000 people represent 0.1% of the federal budget. So people out who are saying, we're cutting the budget, we're saving the taxpayers' money, 0.1%. That's not, given the chaos and the uncertainty and the deletion of services to our American people, I would argue that's not worth it. 0.1%. Everyone got these letters. People are being fired now in CIA, FBI, the VA, and on this letter, what if only the best people take the option to leave? Then you've really shot yourself in the foot. You've encouraged people who were going to retire anyway, or who could get a better job in the private sector. So it's almost it's anti-intelligent way to handle this. And then you get situations like at the Department of Energy, the first weekend they fired 350 people in the National Nuclear Security Administration. The people who handle nuclear materials and are responsible for our nuclear stockpile, they fired almost, I think it was something like 20% of the personnel. 3 or 4 days later, they realized, uh-oh, that was a mistake. And so now they're trying to bring these people back. The point I'm making is a good, solid, thoughtful process wouldn't have made a mistake like that. They would have realized from the outset that these are jobs that we aren't going to be firing, we aren't going to be eliminating. It seems to be based on some kind of quota. I don't know what it is. And then, okay, so now we're seeing everybody being fired who's on probation. Probationary people who have worked for the government for less than a year or two. Okay, again, that's arbitrary. Being on probation doesn't mean you're an effective employee or not an effective employee. You could be one of the best employees in the whole federal government and you just came on and yet you're going to be fired. It has nothing to do with the productivity or skill of the worker. It has nothing to do with the importance of the position. It has nothing to do with the effectiveness of the agency in question serving the people of Maine. If you're probationary, you're gone. Here's another thing about probation. It turns out in the federal government, if you're promoted, you're on probation in the new position. You may have worked for the department for 5 or 10 years, you're promoted, you're on probation, you're fired. Even though you have 5 or 10 years of experience, you're capable, you're doing a good job. There was no effort that I can see, and people did get these ridiculous letters saying your performance has not been adequate. There was no basis for those letters. It was arbitrary. Arbitrary, and that's remember I said my categories are thoughtless and dangerous. This is thoughtless. Probation. Oh, by the way, about 30% of the federal workforce are veterans. Now, we don't know the exact figures. That's one of the problems. We have no transparency about what's going on here and who's actually being let go and who isn't. But a reasonable extrapolation is 30% of the people being fired are veterans. People who put their lives on the line for this country. And then they went into public service and they're being fired. That's outrageous. Again, was no one thinking about this? 1,000 were fired at the VA just a couple of days ago. We learned that people supporting the VA crisis line were fired. What genius thought that was a good idea? Last Friday, immigration judges were fired. We're talking about immigration and border and control of immigration, and we're firing immigration judges? What possible sense does that make? Here's one. We've had three serious aircraft incidents in the last month, and they just fired, 300 people at the FAA. Great, including people who are in the business of maintaining the systems that keep our airplanes safe. In the wake of 3 serious airplane crashes, including one here in Washington that killed 67 people, we're firing people at the FAA? Give me a break. What kind of sense does that make? What kind of service is that to the people of the United States? Here's one that's not life or death, but the National Park Service. 1,000 people were fired last weekend at the National Park Service. I suspect they were probationaries. That means, okay, they'd only been there a year or two, but that doesn't mean they weren't in jobs that were important. And there's a headline in this morning's paper, chaos at the national parks. The lines are twice as long as they normally are. And if there's chaos at the national parks in February, Lord knows what it's going to be in June or July. In Yosemite, in the Grand Canyon, in Acadia, in my state of Maine. And here's a beauty. Some of these people that are being fired are people who collect fees at the park. So to save $1, we're going to lose $5 from fees not being collected. Genius. Come on. 5% of the workforce at the National Park Service are being fired. And I can tell you, I'm the co-chair of the National Park Subcommittee, the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. We need more people at the national parks, not less. We've had a staffing shortage going back a half a dozen or 10 years where visitation is way up and staff is flat or declining. Now it's really declining. And this is a direct hands-on experience for the American people. Gettysburg. They've been laying off people at the battlefield. Last night, apparently, something called the Presidential Management Fellowship Program, a training program that's decades old that brings talented people into the federal government, eliminated. No explanation, no rationale, eliminated. Okay, that's the thoughtless part. And let me give you a little personal experience. When I was elected governor of Maine, we had a serious budget deficit. We were in the middle of a recession. And so we went through a process very similar to the impetus for what's going on now. We looked at the entire workforce of the state of Maine. But we did it in a thoughtful and transparent way. We developed a task force that included private citizens, legislators, and members of the administration, and we took 8 months, Mr. President, 8 months, not 8 weeks, and we looked at the entire structure of the state of Maine government and reduced our workforce by about 10%. Significant reduction. But we did it in a thoughtful way and in a way that made sense in terms of the ongoing service to the people of Maine. So it can be done, and I'm not unsympathetic with the idea of making things more efficient and even possibly downsizing the government where it's called for and where additional people aren't necessary. So I'm not here to say we shouldn't be looking for efficiency and saying everything in the federal government is perfect. I don't believe that for a minute. But I think if we're going to take on this exercise, it ought to be done in a sensible way by people who know what they're doing. And that brings me to DOGE. I don't know what they're doing. Nobody does. I don't know who these 25-year-olds that are in the IRS, rummaging around in the IRS system, IT system, or we learned last couple of days Social Security. What are they doing? Who are they? What are their qualifications? Do they have security clearances? Do they have conflicts of interest? There's no, all of the rules that are designed to protect us from people making arbitrary decisions that aren't accountable. You talk about bureaucrats being unaccountable. These are the ultimate unaccountable people. We don't know what their relationship is to the federal government, what authority they have, under what law are they operating. And it's pretty clear from mistakes like firing 350 people at the Nuclear Security Agency, it's pretty clear they don't know what they're doing. And they're firing people who we need. Okay, that's the thoughtless part, and it's inexcusable. That's just pure efficiency of government, of doing the right thing, and it can be done, but these people aren't doing it. The second part of what's going on is the dangerous part. And this is where I call upon my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are standing by and watching our government be, the structure of our government be attacked with no response. Elimination of entire congressionally created agencies. USAID was established by statute. And over a weekend, these people fired everybody, closed the agency, took the name off the door, and threw the rest of the world into chaos where these people were working on important projects all over the world that were part of our outreach to the world. And you know what? As soon as we went out of business at AID, China's right in the market. It's like walking away from engagement with the world. It couldn't be a more self-defeating piece of work. And by the way, it's a tiny part of the federal budget. And James Mattis famously said when he was a general, if you cut the foreign aid budget, you're going to have to buy me more bullets. Foreign aid is part of the national security of this country, and to demolish this agency without any input from Congress, without any relationship to the Foreign Affairs Committee or anybody else up here in the Congress is grossly unconstitutional. It's grossly unconstitutional. And here's the problem, Mr. President. This isn't just a battle between the Senate and the House and the President and they're fighting about powers. No. The reason the framers designed our Constitution the way they did was that they were afraid of concentrated power. They had just fought a brutal 8-year war with a king. They didn't want a king. They wanted a constitutional republic where power was divided between the Congress and the President and the courts, And we are collapsing that structure. And the structure wasn't there for fun. It wasn't there because, hey, we're just going to design this complicated system. It was there to protect our freedom. Because the people that wrote our Constitution understood human nature, and they understood a very important 1,000-year-old principle. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So the whole idea was to divide power, and to the extent we allow this assault on our Constitution, this collapsing and excessive power being granted to the executive to ignore the laws passed by Congress, and by the way, appropriations bills are laws passed by Congress, which the administration is also ignoring by freezing funding for programs authorized and funded by Congress. To the extent we do that, we're not only making a mistake now, but we're altering the essential structure of our Constitution that's there for a reason, that's there to protect our freedom. And the people who are cheering this on, I fear, in a reasonably short period of time, are going to say, where did this go? How did this happen? How did we make our president into a monarch? How did this happen? How it happened is we gave it up. James Madison thought we would fight for our power, but no. Right now, we're just sitting back and watching it happen. Article 2 of the Constitution, the president said, oh, the Article 2 gives me a lot of power. No, it doesn't. It makes the president commander-in-chief. That's true. But here's the key sentence in Article 2 of the Constitution, which defines the president's power. The key sentence is, not the power of the president, the responsibility of the president is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Not write the laws, not deny the laws, not ignore the laws, not pick which laws he or she likes, to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. That's the responsibility of the president. And right now, those laws are being ignored. Impoundment. Impoundment, the president trying to say, Congress appropriated this money through an appropriation bill signed by the president, but I'm not going to spend it because I don't like it. I don't like that purpose, whatever it is. I'm sorry. It's absolutely straight up unconstitutional, and it's illegal. President Nixon tried to do that in 1973, and the Congress, virtually unanimously, passed the Impoundment Control Act, which said, no, presidents can't do that. They can't ignore the will of Congress because Article 1 of the Constitution gives the Congress the power of the purse. And we're giving it away this week. We're standing by and watching it, watching the essential power of this body evaporate, not evaporate, migrate down the street on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Power was divided for a reason. There's some criticism now in the press saying, people are talking about a constitutional crisis, they're crying wolf. No, this is a constitutional crisis. It's the most serious assault on our Constitution in the history of this country. It is the most serious assault on the very structure of our Constitution, which is designed to protect our freedoms and our liberty in the history of this country. It is a constitutional crisis, and I'll tell you what makes it worse. The president and the vice president are already hinting that they're not going to obey decisions of the courts. Many of my friends in this body say, well, you know, it would be hard. We don't want to buck the president and everything. We're going to let the courts take care of this. Number one, that's a cop-out. It's our responsibility to protect the Constitution. That's what we swear to when we enter this body. But to stand back and say, oh, well, we're going to watch all this happen and the courts are going to take care of it, that's an abdication of our responsibility. And by the way, if you look at history, yes, it's true presidents have gained power. In my reading of history, usually it wasn't because presidents usurped power, but because the Congress abdicated it. We haven't declared war, for example, since 1942, and yet that's a clear responsibility of Congress. And we sure have been in some scrapes since 1942. We've abdicated that power. And we're now in the process of abdicating the power to control the appropriations process. I mentioned about DOGE No authority, no accountability, no transparency. We literally don't know what they're doing. We can't find out what they're doing. And then just this week, the destruction of the independent agencies created by Congress. They were created as independent agencies for a reason, because they didn't want them to be dominated by the vicissitudes of politics. The president gets to appoint members of the board, and they're very carefully balanced, not firing someone at the National Labor Relations Board so there's no quorum so they can't act. That's a direct violation of congressionally established policy. These independent agencies were created for a reason. And again, saying I forgot to mention illegal firing of inspector generals. The senator from Iowa is a champion of inspector generals. In the first few days, something like 18 inspector generals were fired completely contrary to the law. The law is the Congress must be given 30 days notice of the firing of an inspector general and reasons therefore. Not done. Not a peep. What's it going to take for us to wake up, and when I say us, I mean this entire body, to wake up to what's going on here? Is it going to be too late? Is it going to be when the president has accreted all this power and the Congress is an afterthought? What's it going to take? I mean, the offenses keep piling up, and as I said, leaving it to the courts, number one, is a cop-out, and number two, when the vice president said something, I can't remember exactly what he said, but why should the court should not have the power to do this, and of course the president over the weekend famously quoted Napoleon, when you're saving your country, you don't have to obey any law. Wow, a president of the United States quoting Napoleon about not having to obey the law. So I intended to talk about Ukraine, but Senator Tillis and Senator Shaheen did it so articulately, I think I'll let that pass, except to say that it's shameful that we've suddenly pivoted from the support of a democracy that was grossly and illegally invaded from the support of that country to the support of a murderous dictator. I heard something about Zelensky as a dictator. The only dictator in this game, Mr. President, is Vladimir Putin. He's the dictator. And to argue that somehow Ukraine started the war, what universe is somebody in that would say something like that? Again, I won't pursue, but I can tell you, Putin's happy, Xi Jinping is happy, Iran's happy, North Korea's happy. They love what's going on to see us retreating from the world, whether it's AID or Ukraine. They love to see us retreating from the world, looking weak and looking unreliable. And finally, on this point, we seem to be systematically alienating our allies. I've been on armed services now for 12 years, and I've learned that the key asymmetric advantage that this country has in the world is allies. China has customers, we have allies. Well, we're giving that away. If I wasn't on the floor of the U.S. Senate, I'd use a slightly different term, but we're giving away our asymmetric advantage in the world by what looks like systematically alienating our allies, whether it's threats of tariffs or speeches in Europe telling them, what their problems are, basically saying we're going to abandon Europe. What a great idea. Abandon Europe at a time when there's a murderous dictator who has his eyes on the Baltics, on Poland, and who has said he would like to reestablish the Soviet Empire. The worst possible geopolitical thing that we could do would be to abandon Ukraine. So, Mr. President, this is a constitutional crisis, and we've got to respond to it, and I'm just waiting for this whole body to stand up and say, no, we don't do it this way. We don't do it this way. We do things constitutionally. Yes, it's more cumbersome, it's slower. That's what the framers intended. They didn't intend to have an efficient dictatorship, and that's what we're headed for. Mr. President, this is a very dangerous moment. We've got to wake up, protect this institution, but much more importantly, protect the people of the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Chair recognizes the senator from Iowa.
I rise to support the budget resolution that's before the United States Senate. Speaking to that, I want to remind people of some history. These famous words came from Rahm Emanuel, President Obama's chief of staff. It dates from about 2008. You never want a serious crisis to go away, end of quote. There's no statement that better encapsulates the mindset of the previous administration. We all know Americans are struggling to cope with economic and social disruption. The Biden administration saw a real opportunity, an opportunity to permanently increase the size and scope of government, to take steps to the programs and spending enacted in response. Yet, here we are in 2025. Federal spending as a share of the economy remains at operations. The total federal spending totaled $4.45 trillion in 2024. The federal government spent over $2 trillion more. So that's a total of $6.75 trillion, a relative increase of over 50%. We must begin to put spending back on a path of normalcy, and that's why we're having this debate that we call the budget resolution. The path to normalcy is a spending path that accounts for the historic inflation of the past 4 years, as well as population growth. Now, there's a lot of people in this body that would say that spending that much is still too much, but I think it fits in with the principle of the 1974 budget resolution. Once inflation and population growth are factored in, federal spending in 2024 remained roughly $1 trillion above pre-pandemic levels. And if Social Security and Medicare and interest on the debt are set to the side, federal spending was still over $500 billion above 2019 levels, and I hope you'll study the chart here that shows what I just told you. Unless we have a course correction, our national debt will set a new record as a share of our economy in 2028. That is eclipsing the previous high water set in the wake of the World War II. And you can see that here in the period of time where it was at World War II. As another Democrat said, elections have consequences. So, as a part of the November mandate, President Trump is looking for ways to reduce wasteful government spending. And through this budget resolution before the Senate now, we plan to help in that process. But in fact, that power should rest with here. The president shouldn't have to do it. But it's Congress that has the power of the purse, and we'll have to do the heavy lifting. Getting out of the fiscal hole that we've dug for ourselves requires that we first stop digging. The budget that we're debating this week takes that first step, and some people would say too small of a first step. Any new spending will have to be accomplished by reductions in spending elsewhere. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues on a return to fiscal sanity, and that fiscal sanity is the pre-pandemic level of spending increased only by inflation and population growth. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Sharia Pai, a fellow in my office, be granted floor privileges for the rest of the year.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the American people are being robbed in broad daylight. Big Oil is cashing in on their billion-dollar deal with Donald Trump from his campaign. The $1 billion to help Trump win. And in return, he'll rig the rules of the game in line with the pockets of the oil, gas, and coal industry 10 times over. So let's call Trump's energy agenda what it really is. Oil above all, not all of the above. Trump's billionaire friends promised to raise tens of millions of dollars, and in return, he promised he would deliver policies that will force working families to pay more, inhale more toxic air, reduce their kids' chances for a healthier future. And especially as the climate crisis continues to turbocharge extreme weather, costing billions in damages, sky-high energy bills, we know that working families don't have any more to give to the oil, gas, and coal industries. Gas prices are up, electricity bills are up, home heating costs are up, and yet Donald Trump is going after the programs, the agencies, and the workers that help keep our air and water clean and create jobs. Meanwhile, Big Oil is raking in record profits, more than $172 billion in profits in 2023 alone. This administration isn't governing, it's groveling to Big Oil and big gas and big coal and the entire fossil fuel industry. Every dollar that goes into a billionaire's pocket is a dollar taken out of a working family's budget, money that should go towards food and rent and education. It is robbery in broad daylight from working families to create tax breaks for billionaires. And the Trump administration is trying to carry out their single biggest heist right now, attempting to illegally seize $20 billion from the congressionally authorized Climate Bank. As we speak, they're trying to loot the Climate Bank. This bank, formerly called the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, is based on my national Climate Bank legislation with Chris Van Hollen, and it's already at work for you, leveraging private dollars to cut energy bills for families, small businesses, improve resiliency against climate change, fuel disasters, and create local economic opportunity. Trump and Musk are trying to get their hands on this money, your money, through whatever means necessary, even if that meant forcing Denise Chung, head of the criminal division of the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office, to say that there had been a crime committed in the Climate Bank, which then would allow Trump to reclaim all the money in the Climate Bank. And what did Denise Chung say? She said she could not find a crime. They said, you're going to find a crime. She said she could not find a crime in the Climate Bank. And so she had to resign. She had to resign. from being the head of the criminal division in the U.S. Attorney's Office right here in Washington, D.C., because she refused to follow the orders of her supervisor, who was getting instructions from the White House, because that was the only way they could fulfill the promise to oil, gas, and coal to kill the climate bank. They wanted to freeze that money in the absence of any crimes, any wrongdoing, which, surprise, just happened this week, just happened. Their goal is to take money away from families, take money from clean energy, take money from disadvantaged communities, and give it to the fossil fuel companies and special interests. So yes, they want to raid Medicaid. They want to raid education programs. They want to raid veterans' benefits. But they also, for the oil, gas, and coal industry, they got to kill the tax breaks for wind and solar. They've got to gut the climate bank, which is revolutionizing the way in which we generate energy, electricity in this country. That's not powerful leadership. It's political plunder, and working families are paying the price. Trump's farce of an energy emergency declaration creates a financial emergency for the American people. Instead of taking steps to lower energy costs for families, the Trump administration is actively driving up your energy costs by pushing for our energy, American energy, to get shipped overseas for higher profits, and tying our energy market to the volatility of the global energy marketplace. From late 2021 through 2022, surging exports of our energy from the United States, liquefied natural gas, cost Americans $111 billion in higher energy prices for natural gas customers here in the United States. Consumers, homeowners, businesses. Why? Because big oil and big gas want to export our energy out of our country, send it overseas, because they get a bigger price on the open seas. That's what it's all about. And a recent study from the Department of Energy found that it's extremely likely LNG exports will lead to more sticker shock for Americans, an average increase of over $120 per year, still coming. Again, while oil executives, natural gas executives cash in on even bigger paydays. So what's the Trump plan? Turn consumers in America upside down and shake money out of their pockets for profits for the oil and gas industry. And what happens? Prices go higher for consumers here. That's how they make their money. They're doing it hand in glove with the Trump administration. This is not an energy emergency. This is a Trump energy tax on the American people. An energy tax which, to be clear, is only growing in severity as Trump cuts off funding for clean energy projects, fires hard-working government employees, imposes tariffs, all of which will make electricity even more expensive for American businesses, for American consumers. It's a deliberate strategy to make sure working families stay dependent on a damaging fuel source that makes a handful of billionaires richer and richer and richer by the day. But make no mistake, they're not attacking us because they're winning. The fossil fuel industry is backing Donald Trump because they know they're losing. They're losing, despite Trump's attempts to kill the green revolution. The clean energy boom is happening all across our country. The fossil fuel industry is terrified because they know that wind and solar are the future. Last year, get this number. Are you ready? This is why they're petrified. This is why they're scared. 90% of all new electricity generation capacity brought online in the United States was renewable. 10% natural gas, 90% renewable last year. Why do they have to kill the tax breaks? Why do they have to kill the climate bank? You do 90% renewables every year for the next 10 years, then it drives right at the heart of the business model of the natural gas and coal and oil industries in our country. That's why they need to loot the climate bank. That's why they need to kill the tax breaks for wind and solar, all electric vehicles in our country. Onshore wind and solar power were the cheapest megawatts on the grid last year, 2024, from construction to operation. And the big oil bosses know that if given the choice, Americans will pick the cheapest, cleanest energy source every single time. So they are killing your choice. They're not letting you pick which energy source you want. Nearly 80% of clean energy investments from the Inflation Reduction Act, also known as the biggest climate bill in world history, but 80% of the energy investments have gone to Republican districts, creating hundreds of thousands of new jobs just in 2.5 years. Think about that. Trump is actively working to destroy economic growth and jobs in the very places that got him elected. 80% of the jobs are in red states. Think about that. But that's the payback for the oil, gas, and coal industry for raising the money for him last year. We're talking about electricians installing solar panels, construction workers building wind turbines, engineers designing the next generation of battery storage. All of these are good-paying, family-sustaining jobs that are helping to build America's future. And yet, Trump and his enablers want to tear it all down just to keep their fossil fuel cronies happy, just to keep the greenhouse gas emitters happy, just to make sure there is no competition. They don't believe in competition. This should be Darwinian paranoia-inducing competition. What oil, gas, and coal is extracted from this administration is killing the competition. It's killing them in the marketplace. Adam Smith was spinning in his grave thinking about this cut. He had a big smile on his face last year, Adam Smith. The market's finally working. We finally have incentives for the competition. But that had to be killed. That had to be killed. And if that wasn't enough, Trump was attacking the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the agency that warns and helps protect us against hurricanes and floods and wildfires. Why? Because it gets in the way of his fossil fuel allies' ability to pollute and to profit without consequence. Just last year, get this number, disasters supercharged by climate change cost the United States more than $500 billion. Hurricane Milton and Helene, that cost $300 billion of damage. The fires in LA, $200 billion. 3 incidents, $500 billion worth of damage. 3, that's all. Half of the defense budget of the United States. What are they doing? They're taking down the defense in the future against superstorms. They're going to take it down. They're going to ravage homeowners, businesses across our country. Insurance rates are going to skyrocket. It's going to have a devastating impact upon our country. We're not even through the month of February, and already in Los Angeles and other places, we can see the storms, we can see the floods, we can see the damage. So this is absolutely unbelievable what is happening. Families forced from their homes, businesses wiped out, entire communities devastated. And instead of preparing for the future, Trump is making sure it gets worse. Imagine standing in the wreckage of a hurricane-ravaged neighborhood with nothing but rubble left of your home and knowing that your president right now is actively choosing to make future disasters worse and fire the workers that would help you rebuild. That is the cruelty of his administration. It's become a wholly owned subsidiary of the oil, gas, and coal industry and giving them a permission slip to wreak havoc on every other American. At every turn, this administration is picking fossil fuel billionaires over working people. And they aren't even hiding it. Since April of last year, after Trump sat down with the big oil executives and asked for the $1 billion campaign check, these executives' wealth has ballooned by more than $40 billion in 1 year. $40 billion more in the wealth of those individuals, while families across the country wonder how they'll pay their heating bills. Trump's fossil fuel donors are making a fortune. And let's not forget the bigger picture. Our global standing is on the line. While we stall and we let fossil fuel industry dictate our energy policy, China is surging ahead. China is saying, thank you, Trump administration. Thank you for letting us take over the renewable energy industry. They're investing in clean energy, in electric vehicles, in battery storage, and all the industries that will define the 21st century economy. And what is Trump doing? Kneecapping our ability to compete. He is locking us into outdated, expensive, and polluting energy systems while the rest of the world moves forward without us. You can't be an isolationist when it comes to climate change. It's global warming. This isn't just about energy policy. This is about what kind of country we want to be. Will we be the leader or the laggard? Do we want to be a country that builds, innovates, and transforms? Or do we want to be a country that allows that we cling to the past and knowingly raise costs on American families that pollute the air we breathe in order to line the pockets of the ultra-wealthy? The choice is ours. Trump and his fossil fuel friends want you to believe that you don't have a choice, that you have to accept higher prices, dirtier air, polluted water, and an onslaught of hurricanes and fires brought on by a worsening climate crisis that the President of the United States, Donald Trump, denies even exists, calling it a Chinese hoax. It's no hoax. 3 events, $500 billion worth of damage. And I'm not even mentioning all the other damage last year and early this year. But they're wrong. People want lower bills, not higher bills for Exxon. Our communities deserve good-paying jobs, not another handout to Chevron. It's not drill, baby, drill. It's plug in, baby, plug in. That's what this generation of young people want. Plug in to the electric revolution. Plug in to the non-polluting future. And we have a choice. We can fight for lower costs, good jobs, and a livable future. We can invest in the industries of tomorrow instead of getting locked into the polluting past. We can stop exporting American fossil fuels abroad and driving up our own prices for our own consumers here in America. We can ban fossil fuel executives and lobbyists from being able to use our energy-related agencies for their own personal pocketbooks, or as I call for in my Big Oil from the Cabinet Act, that they can't work. They can't work for the Energy Department. They can't be inside taking over the agenda. We can strengthen the low-income heating and cooling relief program so that the poorest Americans don't have to put so much of their paycheck towards heating and cooling. We can safeguard energy efficiency standards for appliances so that people pay less on their bills. We can do that. We can remove the tax loopholes that prevent oil and gas companies from paying their fair share. We're talking about tax breaks for oil companies that have been on the books for 100 years. They call creating a climate bank socialism. What do you call 100 years of tax breaks for the oil, gas, and coal industry? That's socialism. That's allowing for a non-competitive marketplace so that the new technologies, the clean technologies, solar and wind, electric battery technologies, they can't be deployed. We can remove those tax breaks. That's what we should be debating here. But at a minimum, we can't take away the competition. They're monopolists. They're oligopolists. That's all it is. They want to stifle new technology. They don't have any new ideas except making themselves rich. If Republicans are here tonight looking for revenue to pay for the things that they want to pay for, let's start with ending those tax breaks now and having oil companies finally pay their fair share. And ultimately, we can stand up to the corporate greed that is bleeding working families dry and demand a future where energy policy serves the people, not just the powerful. And that's exactly what we're going to do, because the clean energy revolution isn't just coming, it's already here. And it's scaring the living daylights out of the oil, gas, and coal industry. They are petrified. It's happening in red states, 80%, and blue states. It's lowering costs, creating jobs, making communities stronger. No amount of corruption, no amount of grift, no amount of fossil fuel money is going to stop it. And we're not going to back down. And we will not allow the Trump administration to sell out the American people, especially young people. We're not going to allow their future to get sold out. We're not going to surrender the way the oil, gas, and coal industry want us to surrender. Because this is not about the highest bidder who can loot the programs like the National Climate Bank to pay for their billionaire tax breaks. We will fight for the workers building America's clean energy future. We will fight for all families, ensuring they have lower energy bills, cleaner air, and we will fight for a livable future, not just for ourselves, but for all coming children and grandchildren right now. This is not just a political fight, it's a moral fight. This is about justice, this is about fairness, this is about the very future of our country. We cannot back down now. This is the time, this is the place. We must wage this battle on behalf of the coming generations, or else the devastation will become catastrophically unimaginable. So let's have this fight this year about our future. I think that's the least we owe to young people in our country. And I yield back.
Chair recognizes the senator from South Carolina.
Thank you. I have two unanimous consent requests. Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent that for the duration of Senate Concurrent Resolution 7, the budget resolution for fiscal year 2025, the majority and the Democratic managers of the resolution, while seated or standing in the manager's desk, to be permitted to deliver floor remarks, retrieve, review, and edit documents, send, email, and other data communications from text displayed on a wireless personal assistant device and tablet devices. I further ask unanimous consent that the use of calculators be permitted on the floor during consideration of the budget resolution. Further, that staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the resolution if necessary, consistent with amendments adopted during Senate consideration, including calculating the associated change in the net interest function and incorporating the effect of such adopted amendments on the budgetary aggregates for federal revenue, the amount by which the federal revenue should be changes, new budget authority, budget outlays, deficits, public debt, and debt held by the public. Further, I ask for unanimous consent for 2 minutes of debate, equally divided on concurrent resolution 7.
Is there objection? Without objection.
There was ever a mouthful, that was it. I ask unanimous consent that the following staff members from my staff and from Senator Merkley's staff be given all access floor passes to the Senate floor during the consideration of Senate Budget Resolution, Concurrent Resolution 7. And I'd like to hand the list. Republican staff, Catherine Nickus, Katina Wilson, Lillian Meadows, Walker Trulick. Democratic staff, Mike Jones, Melissa Plissner, sorry about that, Melissa, Josh Smith, and Tyler Evischer, I think. Anyway, they're all written down. Apologize to the families of those who I just insulted. That's it.
Without objection. Chair recognizes Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Chance Mitchell, a law clerk on the Budget Committee minority staff, be granted floor privileges during consideration of Resolution 7.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the rhetoric of Donald Trump and Republicans on the budget is all over the map. Here's what's important to know. Republicans want $4.5 trillion in tax cuts, primarily for the richest Americans, paid for with sharp cuts in programs that help average Americans and the most vulnerable in our society. Yesterday, I spoke on the floor about one of the most cynical parts of this resolution, gutting health care for children, seniors, and Americans with disabilities through extreme cuts to Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program, CHIP. Donald Trump said that Medicaid and Medicare would be off limits but the budgets put out by Republicans indicate something quite different. During the debate on this budget, Republicans will have the opportunity to vote on amendments to show where they stand and, more importantly, who they stand with. Everyday Americans or the roughly 750 billionaires in the United States. That's the stakes. Hundreds of millions of nurses, firefighters, office workers, systems administrators, salespeople, and their children versus the interest of roughly 750 people whose wealth grows by millions every single day. Ripping health coverage away from Americans may be the worst part of this budget, but it is far from the only bad provision. Instead, this budget is part of a broader decision by President Trump and congressional Republicans to force American families to pay more for food, health care, and education. Again, all so the wealthiest Americans can get a huge tax break. The big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump favors is expected to gut Medicaid by at least $880 billion. Cuts would be devastating to the 80 million Americans who rely on Medicaid and CHIP, who are almost entirely children, seniors, people with disabilities, and working men and women who depend upon Medicaid protection. Forcing struggling Americans to pay more for health insurance or to lose health coverage altogether is heartless policy and a slap in the face of the millions of families who are struggling to make ends meet. And yet, Medicaid is not the only target in the resolution. Food for the dinner table is also on the chopping block, with cuts of reportedly at least $230 billion. And each of us has seen news reports about the long lines at food pantries in our states. Who hasn't heard that the price of eggs is up 15% in the last month alone? Who doesn't remember also the campaign promise of Donald Trump to bring grocery prices down on the first day? Yet here we are with a Trump-backed bill that makes groceries even more expensive for 42 million Americans who qualify for SNAP. Gutting this program, the SNAP program, doesn't lower prices, but it sure will increase the problem of hunger in the richest country in the world. Put simply, President Trump's big, beautiful bill is forcing vulnerable American families to pay more for food and health care. Such policies directly contradict the president's campaign promise that, quote, starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. Republicans can't dodge the truth. $880 billion in Medicaid cuts and $230 billion in SNAP cuts will mean more kids go hungry, more seniors can't afford life-saving treatment, and more households are forced into poverty. The budget resolution's cost-raising trifecta ends with higher education costs. Instead of making college more affordable and offering young Americans more pathways to prosperity, this Republican budget will increase the cost of student loans and cut other programs that help Americans offset the cost of education. Education cuts come at perhaps the worst time. Most jobs that provide living wages require some post-secondary education or training. A college education, which has long been a ticket to the middle class, is now too expensive for too many families. Meanwhile, the main source of government higher education aid for low and moderate income families, the Pell Grant, has lost most of its purchasing power. At its peak in 1975 and 1976, the Pell Grant, named after my predecessor, Senator Claiborne Pell, covered more than 75% of the cost of attendance at a public four-year college. Today, it covers less than 30%. Unsurprisingly, over 40 million Americans now have student loan debt, which prevents them in many cases from purchasing a home, moving to areas where they might be able to use their talents more effectively, and many other consequences. Forcing Americans to pay even more for college makes education less attainable, weakens our labor force, and will have long-term repercussions for American families, American prosperity, and American security. Now, many Americans may be wondering, what's the point of all these cuts? It's not about reforming programs. There has been no serious cost-benefit analysis of any of these programs. All they've looked at is, what does it cost, and how can we use that money to fund taxes? That's not government reform. That's not wise government. That's just ripping off most Americans to satisfy 785 billionaires. And it's not even about reducing the deficit. As I said, it's just unlocking a fast-track way to reward the wealthiest Americans, some of whom are now in the Trump administration. Republicans have been pretty clear. The central purpose of their budget is to permanently extend the failed 2017 Trump tax bill, which was an unpopular giveaway to the wealthiest Americans. Nearly half of the benefits from extending the Trump tax bill will flow just to the richest Americans, those earning $450,000 or more each year. President Trump promised on the campaign trail that, quote, starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. But we're now on day 32, and costs have not come down. In fact, inflation hit 3% for the first time in months this January, and the president took no action while egg prices hit record highs, a particular point of pain for many families. And just like this budget resolution, the president has been intent on forcing families to pay more, not less, for everyday goods. In just 1 month, the president has implemented or threatened tariff taxes on nearly every item imaginable. Nonpartisan experts are clear. These tariff taxes will not make America affordable again. The Peterson Institute projects the tariff taxes on Canada, Mexico, and China alone would cost U.S. households $1,200 a year, a tariff tax. Yale researchers have found the president's threat to place reciprocal tariffs on our trading partners would cost families $2,600 a year. Analysts at the investment bank Jefferies project car prices will jump by $2,700 under the president's Canada and Mexico tariffs, while the National Association of Home Builders found President Trump's lumber tariffs during his first term, which he promised to raise again in his first term, raised housing prices by $9,000. And he wants to do it again. We've also heard a lot about Mr. Musk's DOGE and fraud, waste, and abuse, but that operation doesn't seem to be about preventing fraud, waste, and abuse, or lowering costs. By the way, if you were really interested in eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government, why would you fire all the inspector generals? They are independent agents who are charged specifically to root out waste and corruption in the federal government. President Trump did that. So this is not about getting rid of waste or anything else. Again, find me trillions of dollars to give away to rich Americans. In fact, the other aspect of this goal is just to create mayhem and to impact so much of government. Firing responsible staffers who are handling key issues, weapons, nuclear weapons. I was in the airport on Monday evening flying down from Providence, and a young lady came up to me and said she was fired a few days ago from the National Nuclear Administration because she was a probationary hire. But guess what? When they discovered that they could not protect nuclear weapons, not do sensitive maintenance on them so that they would be ready for deterrence, she was suddenly called back. Not very smart. We're trying to fire researchers who are out to cure Alzheimer's disease. We're trying to get rid of experts who fight bird flu and seeking access to computer systems at the IRS and the Social Security Administration, which contain personal and financial information for each and every single American. I don't think most Americans want Elon Musk to know all of their financial information, their personal information, maybe even healthcare information. But that could happen. It's not combating fraud, all these things. In fact, it's closer, particularly with the IRS information, to committing fraud. Indeed, the budget resolution we will vote on tonight is just further evidence that Republicans and President Trump have no plan and no real interest in lowering costs for families. And I think that's wrong. Now, I'm all for tax cuts, but it should be tax cuts for the middle class, tax cuts for those struggling with higher prices, and tax cuts for small business, not 750 billionaires. Forcing regular Americans to cover tax cuts for the richest Americans is not the sort of economic policy we should be pursuing in the Senate, and I urge my colleagues to rethink which Americans deserve their support. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Starting last week, the Trump administration began firing hundreds of Federal Aviation Administration employees. Today, we had a hearing in the Commerce Committee to talk about what kind of a key lawyer we need at the FAA, and we asked questions about this. But what's perplexing is while the American people were watching in horror as a Delta Airlines plane flipped over on the Toronto runway, President Trump was focused instead on purging dedicated FAA employees from the federal workforce, something that I believe makes us less safe in the skies. Among those fired were aeronautical information specialists, legal instrument examiners, telecommunications specialists, all of whom played a key role in supporting the work of air traffic controllers. In fact, there was a story today in Politico. The headline is, "Air traffic controllers cannot do their work without us." That is a quote from the article. And inside the article, a statement reading from the article, "One of the people last week let go was an aeronautical information specialist, a member of a team outside Washington whose job it was to create maps and highways in the sky, the pre-planned routes that pilots control and controllers use to guide airplanes." So it's very perplexing that we've had these accidents, and now we have an administration that wants to cut people at the FAA. This headline here refers to the fact that the last Trump administration actually blocked safety rules. And that is what today's Commerce hearing was about for a number 2 person at the Department of Transportation, the people that served in the first Trump administration, and why did they block these safety rules? In fact, some of these safety rules, which would have required manufacturers to have better safety, were written and proposed by the FAA, but when the Trump administration came in, and then 9 days after the first MAX crash, somehow the rule that was set to move forward was pulled. So now we're seeing an administration that is being, in my mind, thoughtless to the incidents that we have now seen in aviation and saying it's okay to cut people at the FAA. I disagree. The administration has said that it's no big deal because it's 1% of the workforce. Now, I know the objective is to give a $4 trillion tax break to corporations and ultra-wealthy people, but I don't understand how making the skies less safe helps you in that agenda. It doesn't. The individual lives and safety of the American people are worth way more. These people that got fired are not just a bunch of junior hires. No. One news report stated that more than 130 of those eliminated held jobs that directly or indirectly support the air traffic controllers. They support the facilities and the technologies they use to keep the planes and their passengers safe, end quote. So you're going to tell me that a telecommunications specialist who supports the maintenance of key communication technology used by controllers is not important to aviation safety? What have we not seen in these incidents that have just occurred here in DCA and in other places? Are you going to tell me that the legal instrument examiners who ensure that the pilots are medically fit to fly are not important to aviation safety? Are you going to tell me that the air traffic controllers, the same workers that originally were exempted from the administration's hiring freeze, but then after the fatal collision at DCA put a spotlight on the issue, they literally came to a different answer? Most astonishing of all, though, is that the administration has let go of aeronautical information specialists who evaluate and prepare navigational charts and helicopter routes used by both controllers and pilots. Now, we just had this air collision in the DCA area, and what was it about? A route that didn't seem to be a decision somebody had made to let these planes fly too close together? Made no sense. How did that route get approved? Who at the FAA said it was a good idea to allow the Department of Defense to fly in the same airspace as a plane landing on runway 33 at DCA Airport? So mapping helicopter routes in a busy airspace, I think, is critically important and not somebody who should have been fired this week from a job. Our aviation system is not a place where you can shortchange workers. This rule proves it. This rule, which would have mandated that manufacturers of aviation implement a safety management system constantly approving on analytical basis critical information about how to maintain safety. But it never got implemented. So I am concerned that an administration that in the previous Trump years thwarted the safety rule and now is firing people at the FAA after these crashes are going to continue to erode the aviation safety net. Surprisingly, after the helicopter crash with the CRJ from American Airlines, there was a lot of discussion about how and why a military helicopter would be in the same space as a CRJ regional jet trying to land in DCA from Kansas City. One of the questions asked was, why was there not this next generation technology that would allow the plane to be detected, and allow the helicopter to be detected? This included a DoD helicopter in the DCA collision incident. The issue is that the controllers needed this information, but an exemption 2 done in the Trump administration gave them an exemption to this. And this week we find out in a letter that they never, ever used ADS-B as a way to help us in our navigation safety. Air traffic controllers themselves know that these firings are anti-safety. Ken Greenwood, a constituent of mine in Washington State, who is a former air traffic controller, wrote me on Sunday about how important these workers are. According to him, he said, quote, "These technicians and engineers maintain every piece of equipment that keeps our flying public safe, keeps radars and instrument landing to air traffic controllers on automation, and the FAA technicians undergo years of specialized training to maintain critical missions and systems and cannot be replaced quickly. In the 35 years since I began my controller career, we have never had a surplus of technicians or engineers. To the contrary, it's a challenge to keep them in these jobs. Once our aviation system infrastructure is compromised, it takes decades to take it back, and money will not be saved, and lives may be lost, end quote. I thank Mr. Greenwood for his service. I hope the administration is listening. I hope that you figure out now is not the time to shortchange aviation. Unfortunately, right now we don't even have a confirmed FAA administrator. They're critical to this job. We had a strong administrator, Mike Whitaker, who was confirmed 98-0 by this body. But that didn't matter to Elon Musk, who went after Administrator Whitaker because he dared to fine SpaceX for not following the rules. And as a result, the FAA now does not have an administrator at one of its most critical points in decades. All the firing of employees and dangling resignations and trying to get people to resign to save money, to give a tax break, and $4 trillion to corporations and the ultra-wealthy is not what we should be doing. We should be working hard on aviation safety. We should not be rolling back safety rules. We should be enforcing safety rules and implementing them as fast as we can. That says this body knows that aviation safety is a priority. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I returned from Ukraine earlier this week, where I saw both the suffering that the Ukrainian people have endured over the past 3 years at Putin's hand, and the courage they have forged to save their country and their children. The suburban town of Bucha, where Russian troops tortured and massacred hundreds of civilians in the first day of Putin's unprovoked invasion. The shattered children's hospital Putin's missiles nearly destroyed. Apartment buildings in central Kyiv struck by Putin's drones, and lawyers searching for the thousands of Ukrainian children who have been kidnapped from their parents by Russian soldiers. By most estimates, at least 40,000 Ukrainian troops have been killed in battle, and another 380,000 have been wounded since Putin's invasion. A draft of the general population in that country means that war has scarred nearly every neighborhood in this massive country. In cemeteries all across Ukraine, fresh graves piled with dirt and flowers testify to their sacrifice. At least 12,000 civilians have been killed. Amid this torment, the Ukrainian people continue to send troops to the front in the dead of winter and to mobilize to keep their businesses and their homes and their kids in school. They did not ask for Putin's thuggish invasion. And from the very beginning, our intelligence agencies have told us something that Putin never has understood, that the Ukrainian people will never submit to him, that if every weapon were denied them, they would fight with sticks and stones and their bare hands to protect their country from any invading tyrant, but especially from Vladimir Putin of Russia. Fortunately for Ukraine and for the rest of the free world, they have not had to fight this invasion with their bare hands. The American people have steadfastly supported them. We have sent $66 billion in military aid and $51 billion in non-military aid. That's a lot of money, Mr. President, but it represents just 0.52% of our GDP. Unlike the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, not a single American soldier has been sent to fight. Our European allies have stepped up as well. Together, they've actually committed more than the United States. But their sums represent a much larger percentage of their economies, which makes sense because they are closer to the danger that Russia poses. And at the same time, even farther allies like Australia and Japan continue to support Ukraine as well. Our allies and our partners know the stakes of this war. They know that supporting Ukraine means standing with people that are willing to fight for the country that they love. They know that rolling over to Putin will embolden other dictators around the world, especially Xi Jinping of China. The rest of us may not need this reminder, Mr. President, but the people sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue apparently do, since they seem to be the only ones in the free world who do not understand the stakes of this war. Over the last few days, President Trump has chosen the side of tyranny, of Putin, of Xi, and profoundly undermined our national security. Like someone reading Russian Twitter bots, he deliberately and falsely accused Ukraine of starting the war. He called Zelensky, the freedom fighter who's leading the fight in Ukraine, a dictator. Mr. President, he invited Russia to rejoin the G7, a group of the world's most powerful democracies that has met regularly since the 1970s, and which threw out Russia after Putin invaded Ukraine in 2014. Before negotiations have even started, Mr. President, President Trump's Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, took Ukraine's potential NATO membership off the table. And just this week, the Trump administration held talks with Russia in Saudi Arabia without the decency of even inviting Ukraine to the table. It pains me to say it, but our old colleague, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, even suggested that the United States should lift sanctions on and bolster economic collaboration with Russia while Russia shells civilians in Ukraine. Some of our Republican colleagues believe it doesn't matter what President Trump says, only what he does. That it doesn't matter when he says that he's going to send American troops to Gaza, or seize the Panama Canal, or falsely accuse Ukraine of starting this war. But a president's words matter more than most, and President Trump's harmful words and policies will only embolden Putin. They will further convince Putin that he is winning, that time is on his side, and that he has no reason to accept a peace deal that is anything less than overwhelmingly favorable to his maximalist desires. In literally every one of his comments on Ukraine, President Trump has undermined our national security. Every time he opens his mouth, he weakens our bargaining position and makes the world more dangerous. We all want this war to end. On that, the President and I agree. But for the sake of Ukraine and the sake of the free world, it must only end with a just and enduring peace. While the United States and our allies and Ukraine work together to establish the terms of the peace and to get ready to negotiate with Putin, the Ukrainians are going to have to keep fighting throughout this winter season, this freezing winter, where the civilian population is just doing everything they can to keep their houses and their businesses and their schools warm and livable. The Ukrainian soldiers are not asking to be relieved of this terrible burden. They are embracing it because they know that any ceasefire without meaningful security guarantees will allow Putin to rebuild his weakened army and attack again and again and again. And obviously, everyone in this chamber knows that any meaningful negotiation has to include Ukraine. Doing anything else, as the Trump administration just did in Saudi Arabia, would be an insult to the memory of every soldier who's laid down their life in this war. I cannot claim, Mr. President, to know Donald Trump well. It is obvious that I deeply regret his election. But I don't blame him for winning the election. He beat my party, the Democratic Party, badly in 2 elections. He even found a way to get elected after he was the first president in American history to take away a fundamental civil right from the American people, a woman's right to choose, and still got elected again. That is extraordinary. And it is a testament, I'm sorry to say, to the Democratic Party's weaknesses and to his own skills and talents. Particularly in this era, I don't doubt that his experience as a reality TV star taught him things that helped him get elected. I am much less certain, however, that his checkered commercial real estate background prepared him to negotiate a hotel deal with Vladimir Putin, much less a deal that concerns the fate of the free world. Donald Trump is not the only person, Mr. President, with private sector experience in our government. I can tell you from my experience working in Denver, when someone is having a negotiation who has deal fever, you can see it, you can smell it when they are so desperate for a deal on any terms. The people that I negotiated with in Denver had a lot more discipline than that. We told each other that we would never agree to any deal that hadn't cratered at least 3 times, because that was the only way you could tell whether you were getting the best deal. If you didn't have the guts to walk away, Mr. President, you were never going to get the best deal that you could. I have never seen a worse case of deal fever than Donald Trump's approach to the coming negotiation with Vladimir Putin. Never in my life have I seen it, and it's never been more important. I doubt the world has seen such an ill-conceived pursuit of negotiation since the infamous 1938 Munich Agreement, in which the UK and France and Italy allowed Nazi Germany to annex part of Czechoslovakia. And the damage he's doing is not only that we will get a worse deal, it's that we will undermine Ukraine's position on the front lines. Without security guarantees from the United States and from Europe, Putin will only bide his time, regroup, and invade again. After the fictions that President Trump has spewed about who started this war, not to mention the chorus of defeatism from his vice president, his secretary of defense, and the director of national intelligence, does anybody, including Putin and Xi Jinping, doubt what would happen if Putin invaded again? This is less the art of the deal, Mr. President, I'm afraid, than it is the art of defeat. After all these years, after all these battles, it would be truly pathetic for the United States, the world's most powerful country, to accept a fever-induced deal with Russia, like the Munich Agreement. Look it up, not perhaps on Twitter, but in your much more reliable 10th grade Western Civ textbook. After that deal, Hitler did not stop in Czechoslovakia, but continued his war on Europe. And left unchecked, Putin will do the same thing. Putin's propagandists have told us repeatedly, and to make matters worse, anyone concerned about Beijing's potential takeover of Taiwan knows that there will be no better test of how the free world will respond to Xi's potential invasion than how we respond to Putin's. Come to think of it, if China does invade Taiwan, how would we evaluate the leadership capacity of an American president who claimed that it was Taiwan who had invaded China, not the other way around? That is the level of duplicity that we are seeing from Donald Trump right now. So, why the deal fever? That's a good question, Mr. President. President Trump's aspiration for a Nobel Peace Prize is well known. He can hang it next to his gold-plated faucets and his first editions of The Art of the Deal. But if he heard from people in this chamber, even he might think twice if he understood that walking down this path of appeasement makes him more likely to be remembered like Neville Chamberlain. Negotiations can end this war in a just matter only if Ukraine can negotiate them from a place of strength. The American people have been incredibly generous in our support of Ukraine. But even so, this war has cost us less than 0.6% of our GDP, while allowing us to send Ukraine old weapons when we invest in our own cutting-edge replacements, permitting us to learn from Ukraine's extraordinary innovation on the front lines and its world-class use of new warfighting technologies such as drones, and boosting our economy without costing a single American soldier's life. We and our European allies have to continue surging military assistance to Ukraine, not forever, but so Ukraine is best positioned to make this deal, not just for Ukraine, but for us and for free countries all over the world. And contrary to what many people believed at the outset of this war and what President Trump apparently believes today, Putin's invasion of Ukraine has been costly to him, very costly to him. 3 years of the Ukrainian people's tenacity and courage have degraded the Russian military. As we speak, Russia is losing twice the number of soldiers every month as Putin's war continues. In total, Putin has squandered more than $200 billion and suffered a staggering 700,000 casualties at the hands of Ukrainian patriots. 3 times the number of soldiers Russia lost in Afghanistan, a country famously regarded as the graveyard of empires. We didn't ask for this war, neither did Ukraine. But Putin is in a weaker position to threaten Europe today than when he first swung his iron fist at the Ukrainian people. The last thing we should do now is weaken our negotiating position when we and Europe have so much at stake, when the world has so much at stake. Putin believes he can beat Ukraine not because he thinks Ukrainians are weak, but because he thinks we are weak. And he thinks President Trump is a pushover and a sucker. At the beginning of his invasion of Ukraine, Putin, who is surrounded, as tyrants are and dictators are, by yes men who are scared to tell him the truth about their own weaknesses, and in this case, Russia's weaknesses, made 3 fundamental miscalculations going into the war. One was about the strength of his own army. He had invested billions of dollars planning for the invasion, but much of it was siphoned off because of Russia's endemic corruption. The second miscalculation was about the Ukrainian people's patriotism and willingness to fight to the death. No matter how President Trump tries to undermine this sacrifice, the honor roll of history will forever will forever record Ukraine's courage. Putin's third miscalculation was that the world would roll over and allow him to invade his peaceful neighbor. Unlike the other two mistakes, he had evidence for the final point. After all, when he began his invasion in 2014 by lawlessly sending his little green men to occupy Crimea, which is part of Ukraine, the world did nothing. The United States did nothing. He thought the world would do nothing when he invaded again. It turned out, unlike Putin, we actually learned from our mistake. The free world has stood up to Putin this time around. We have supplied arms and other support while the Ukrainian people have died on the front line of their country and for the West. Their cemeteries are bulging with fresh graves. They have earned the free world's support. But even more important to us and our allies, we have protected our national security and affirmed our commitment to the post-World War II rules-based international order. How this ends will determine whether that order persists and whether the United States continues to provide the leadership our parents and grandparents supplied since World War II. World War II was another war started by a tyrant, but it was ended by the world's democracies. Many Americans inside this chamber and outside understand the stakes. They know, as Ronald Reagan proclaimed 40 years ago, in advancing freedom, Americans carry a special burden, a belief in the dignity of man, and that freedom is America's core and that we should never deny it nor forsake it. This is what we risk today by withdrawing our support of Ukraine. We will abandon both the Ukrainian people and the core of what America stands for, and we cannot do it, Mr. President. This is personal for me and so many of us. My mom was born a Jew in Warsaw in 1938. She and her parents and an aunt were the only ones who survived the Holocaust. The Nazis killed everyone else in her family. Authoritarian aggression left an indelible mark on my family and countless other families in Ukraine and Poland in the 1930s and 1940s, where Stalin and Hitler killed together 16 million human beings. These victims of fascism died believing that they were invisible to the rest of the world, forgotten people in unforgettable years. The lesson I learned from my mom is that the United States can never let that happen again by trying to appease a dictator the way that Chamberlain did. That is not apocryphal or a made-up story. I had dinner last night with my mom. She is 86 years old, Mr. President. She can't believe that she's lived long enough. I'm happy that she has, but she can't believe that she's lived long enough to see another tyrant's invasion of their peaceful, democratic, European neighbor. But she hasn't lived long enough to forget her generation's searing lessons. She knows the eternal truth that the greatest enemy of fascism is man. Even if President Trump continues to ignore reality, my mother and millions of Americans who make up the greatest generation understand the United States has a special responsibility here. It has always been far too easy for some in high office to ignore their moral responsibility to people sacrificing their lives a continent away on behalf of our shared values and interests. History occasionally records their name like Chamberlain's in blood. It is particularly easy today to play to self-defeating isolationist tendencies and the daily headlines, to make rash comments that are foolish and unpatriotic, and that Russian trolls spread like wildfire across social media platforms. It's far too easy to do the wrong thing. It always has been, Mr. President. It's a lot harder, but it's necessary. For the living to stand for freedom and democracy, and those willing to give the last measure of themselves for those eternal values. At this moment, the United States is the only country who can lead the free world against these dictators, against these tyrants. The Americans who serve in this chamber, Mr. President, must fulfill our responsibility to the American people and demand the President fulfill his patriotic responsibility in the days ahead. Everything now, Mr. President, is in our hand. The moment demands that the United States of America lead for the sake of the Ukrainian people, for our own national security, and for democracy around the world. Our failure will not just be damaging, Mr. President, it will be devastating. I yield the floor.
President. Chair recognizes the senator from Vermont.
Thank you. We live in difficult times.